Margaret, just checking to make sure you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Pursuant to Section 54956 of the California Government Code, a special meeting of the City Council is hereby called for September 27th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. It does appear that we have a quorum at this time. Margaret, could I get a roll call, please?
Council Member Mendoza,
Here.
Council Member Meyer,
Here.
Council Member Rary,
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. Okay, all are present. We do have a quorum. At this time, we will go to item one, and Alexis Morris will introduce Senior Planner Jennifer Hagan, followed by a presentation from our housing element consultant, Kimley Horn. And I'll turn it to you, Alexis.
Good evening. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. So tonight's meeting is a workshop on our housing element. This is a bookend to the meeting we had on August 30th, to introduce the housing element and its 30-day public comment period. Today is the last day of that 30-day comment period. So we're here to discuss the comments received so far, receive additional comments tonight. Jennifer has a presentation for you, and Kimberly Horn is also here tonight to answer questions. Thank you. Jennifer, you're on mute.
Okay, can you all hear me now? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So once again, tonight, the city has enabled the language interpretation feature on Zoom. This is going to allow the city to designate a Spanish language interpreter that will use their own audio channel. Attendees can select the audio channel to hear the translated audio into Spanish. The interpretation icon is located at the bottom of your Zoom panel of your Zoom window. And when you click on the interpretation icon, it will give you the option to click off English or Spanish. For attendees, there are two options depending on how you're joining the meeting tonight. Desktop users need to click the interpretation button, then select language, and then mute original audio to hear only Spanish. Smartphone users need to tap on the More button and then language interpretation, then select language and then toggle over to the mute original audio to only hear Spanish translation. We encourage everyone in attendance tonight to choose a language. And for those wishing to hear the presentation in Spanish, please choose Spanish now. As part of this, I would also like to introduce our newest member to the planning department, Miguel Contreras. He is our new associate planner. He's going to be introducing this in Spanish.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. As Jennifer said, I'm new planner for the city, Miguel Contreras. So real quick, I'll read the prompt to help Spanish speakers enable the interpretation. Para usuarios de computadora, haga clic en Interpretación, seleccione el idioma, haga clic en Silenciar el audio original para escuchar solo en español. Para usuarios de teléfono inteligentes, pulse más. Pulse Interpretación de idiomas, seleccione el idioma, pulse el interruptor para silenciar el audio original.
Thank you, Miguel. Okay. So thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the commission. Tonight will be the culmination, as Alexis had said, of the city's 30-day public review period of our draft housing element. We will once again be going over what is included in our housing element and what sites are currently proposed to be included in our draft sites inventory, the outreach that has been done over the last 30 days, and what comments we have received to date. Sorry. As well as the next steps moving forward. Ultimately, tonight, we are requesting that the council review and receive comments on the public review draft and authorize submittal to the housing, to HCD, which is the State Department of Housing and Community Development. So state law defines the required contents of the housing element with key components that can be found in the following 4 principal sections and 4 appendices. The 4 principal sections of the housing element include the introduction, the community profile, which has an analysis of the city's general population, the housing constraints, resources, and fair housing section, which includes the governmental and non-governmental constraints, as well as our furthering fair housing section. And lastly, the housing plan, which includes all of our goals, policies, and programs. The 4 appendices section of the housing element includes appendices A, which is reviewing our past performance. This section reviews the 5th cycle housing element goals and policies. Appendices B, which includes our candidate site analysis. Appendix C, which is a summary of our community engagement to date. And Appendix D, which is our glossary of housing terms. Appendices B includes our summary of candidate sites and our strategies. It includes a comprehensive analysis of the city's draft inventory. In the current draft inventory, staff took into consideration many items, including access to community resources and services, infrastructure, access to transportation, environmental barriers. Ultimately, based on our review and current available land, We determined that there was adequately zoned sites for residential development and no rezoning was required at this time. As currently proposed, the draft inventory assumes that all sites that meet the city's minimum default density of 30 dwelling units per acre may accommodate approximately 35% of very low and low income units and 15% of moderate income units. This table here provides a summary of the city's initial comprehensive site inventory and what is proposed to be presented to HCD and included in our draft inventory. Overall, the inventory was reduced from approximately 3,837 units with a 218% buffer to approximately 1,966 units with a 98% buffer. This brought each of the individual categories down to what is shown here, with a level as low as 13% in the low and very low income category. The table here provides our final RHNA calculations, illustrating that based on the current site analysis and density assumptions, we have the capacity to meet our RHNA goals in all income categories. This table here includes a number of categories such as our pipeline projects. These are projects that are currently entitled. Although HCD does allow consideration of all projects currently under consideration, only projects that are fully entitled have been included at this time. This table also includes our estimates for future ADU production, which has been based on the average development over the past 3 years. Overall, our vacant and underutilized inventory here is shown to have a current capacity of 446 units on vacant land. Again, it should be noted that currently drafted, this category only includes sites that meet the city's minimum default density that are needed to meet our RHNA goals and does not include a full list of all vacant residential land in the city. And lastly, sites located in PA1. This section includes a portion of the sites that are currently designated to allow for residential development under the 2018 adopted PA1 plan. This does not include all sites that are currently in the PA1 designated to allow for residential. Next, we wanted to talk about community engagement and feedback over the last 30 days. Public outreach began on August 25th and through a variety of media outlets included targeted emails to interested parties, flyers, city press release, and social media messaging. The city's press release was quickly picked up by a number of local media outlets who provided follow-up articles. Since August 25th, the Housing Element website has had over 1,100 page views, with approximately 80% of those views being first-time visitors to the city's page. On September 20th, the Planning Commission was presented with an introduction of the 2023 to 2031 Housing Element Public Review Draft and requested to provide comments. At the hearing, a total of 3 residents spoke on the item as summarized here. Overall, the Planning Commission discussed the housing element process and how staff came to the current draft recommendations and ultimately had no additional comments or concerns. Outside of the Planning Commission hearing on September 20th, 4 public comments have been submitted to date. 2 of those responses were submitted through the online feedback form and 2 responses were submitted directly through email, including the most recent that was provided to you today. All comments received will be submitted to HCD with responses as appropriate. In addition to formal comments received, staff has identified a number of administrative edits that will also be included in the cleanup to clarify sections of the report that were necessary, such as revisions to address the recent transition with the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District. Lastly, I want to talk about what our next steps are and where we go from here. After tonight, staff and our consultant team will start to update our public draft to include all appropriate responses to comments, clerical edits, and requested changes. By law, we must take a minimum of 10 business days to consider all comments. Based on these requirements, the earliest that staff can submit our first draft to HCD, if authorized tonight, would be September 12th. HCD then has 90 days to respond to comments. Records are indicating that HCD is taking the full 90 days, which would bring us to January of 2023. At that time, staff and our consultant team would again work tirelessly to address all of our comments and, depending on the nature of the comments, potentially bring back revisions to the council before resubmitting. With all of the potential back and forth and keeping to this tight timeline, staff hopes to bring forward a final housing element for adoption and certification by the end of May 2023 in order to be in compliance with state law. And with that, staff is recommending that the City Council review and provide feedback on the draft housing element, including any recommended revisions or modifications, as well as authorization to revise the document accordingly and submit to HCD for its review. With that, that concludes staff's report. Staff and our consultant team are both available to answer any questions that you may have tonight.
Councilmember Mendoza.
I know you listed, well, thank you for that, Jennifer. I know you listed the earliest allowable date to submit. What is the last date you have to submit? Because I know there's an end date.
So the end date is the adoption and certification. That would be May 30th, 2023.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
Yeah.
Are there any further clarifying questions of staff from council? Okay, seeing none, at this time, we will open public comments. I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
I received one written public comment on this item. I will display it on the speaker screen in just a moment. Full copies will be made available on the City Council Agenda's webpage. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'm seeing no hands raised. Oh, I do have one hand raised. Just a moment. I'll call on Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, so I'm having technical difficulties with my phone, but that's okay. Good evening, City Council. I wanted to comment on this because I sat through so many of these meetings and also went to the Planning Commission meeting. And so I just wanted to point out some things. The last City Council meeting, and I've already said this at the Planning Commission meeting, but it bears repeating, Darian said something very irresponsible. He's not a lawyer, and he didn't read the agenda packet very carefully. There was a flow chart that showed what the process is when the state sues a city when it comes to this topic. The thing is that the state has no wish to go to court. Whenever a state sues a city, their goal is to get the issue rectified outside of court. The last resort is going to court. So when he said, if we change that 80% on the spreadsheet, we're going to get a lawsuit, was incorrect. And as a development professional, he should know that. That led to a trigger of people talking about this in terms of, oh my God, lawsuit, lawsuit, which was unfortunate because there needed to be a lot more conversation about where those numbers came from. These questions were asked repeatedly of city staff, and for whatever reason during that city council meeting, those questions were not answered. So a vote was taken, which was very unfortunate, and statements were made like, our budget is going to get depleted, which is incorrect because nobody sitting on city council is a lawyer. And I would just, if somebody in city staff that isn't a lawyer brings up lawsuits, then you need to remind that person that unless they can lay out the process exactly of how the lawsuits will take place, then that needs to be disregarded. Number two, the Planning Commission did a fantastic job of staying on task, asking the same questions over and over and over and over again until city staff finally answered the questions. And it turns out changing that 80% does absolutely nothing. So tonight, I would encourage City Council to take a look at what the Planning Commission did and act accordingly. Remember, no lawsuit. We're going to get this done. We can get this done. We need jobs that pay good salaries. And last but not least, I looked at the data. We have a huge dip from after high school until like people are 30, 35 years of age. Like those people disappear from Brentwood. Why? Because there's no salary jobs here. There's just minimum wage retail jobs. We need to fix that. We need to fix that. So I please implore you to fix that by focusing our efforts on commercial and light industrial. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments, move into council discussion. Council Member Mendoza.
I am not ready to accept this report without modifications. I've asked this question before, and I'm still really confused as to why Josh and his, the economic development team is doing PA1 and dealing with all of that. And then, Jennifer is doing this over here. And these numbers do not tick and tie. And we all know that whatever we submit in this HCD report is what's Bible. It just is. That's what's going to be expected to happen. And they're not going to let us down zone if we submit something. They'll let us up zone by all means, but they're not going to let us down zone. And I compared the numbers that, not even my numbers, but the numbers that Josh, his alternate C, presented, and it is way off from what is in this submission. There's some sites that we're not including that are being included in the HCD submission. For example, the one that ends in, I think it's, sorry, I have a map. The one that ends in 5.5, which is 4.02 acres. In the last meeting, I mean, I don't agree with it being RC. I want it to be ECLI, but it's no longer housing. Why do we have that on the list? That should be pulled out. The total acres for buildable acres on this report are 99.7. Josh's alt C are 76.8. And then I think that Planning Commission is coming in 6 acres, 6 point something acres less. Mine was 6. My suggestion was 6 acres less. So these numbers aren't even matching. And I'm not ready to accept without modifications, making sure everything ticks and ties. And I'm not sure why, and the city manager's not on, but I would like to understand from the city manager perspective, why we have 2 work streams for the same parcels. Like, why do we assign 2 different teams to handle that? Because they're giving us different data on both projects, like one, the PA1 project, and then the housing element project. Why can't we just have one team work on it?
Sure, I can tackle part of that question and then look to my team to help fill in some of the gaps. Both the PA1 specific plan has been underway for almost 2 years now. The housing element got a late start and has a statutory deadline, as has been noted. Having both projects simultaneously be made, having changes made over multiple meetings has created perhaps some confusion. We put out a memo, a month ago that stated that because the PA1 specific plan is still in flux and we're bumping up against the deadline with the housing element, we needed to refer back to the 2018 specific plan that is currently on the books, currently the legally adopted document, so we could finish up the housing element. So they're not going to tick and tie at this point. Changes are still being made, as you mentioned. The council recommended something, the planning commission has recommended something else. And at some point, there's just too many changes to try to incorporate at this point with the housing element. Jennifer, Alexis, anything you want to clarify or add at this point?
Certainly, I think Jennifer can clarify some of the numbers and the parcel information. So we understand that it can be frustrating and confusing because we're using numbers for different purposes and different audiences and different goals, right? And it is not ideal. And I wish these 2 projects were separated or there was some certainty about the specific plan so we could incorporate that into our housing element. But we can't incorporate any land use designations that aren't official. So the timing just isn't on our side with PA1 continuing to be in flux. So if Jennifer wants to call up the one slide that shows what we are identifying as sites in PA1, and it's not inclusive of all sites. It's the numbers that we feel comfortable no matter what happens in PA1, those numbers are not going to change significantly. But Jennifer, if you want to touch on some of the acreage differences in that.
So these are the sites. So I went through and put all the APN numbers on a map because we haven't gotten that from anyone. So it's something we need, council should have in order to review. So that why are we including the 555, the 4.02 acres when we know that's not going to be?
Because sorry.
Go ahead.
Because today in the 28, the adopted specific plan, that's the designation. Understanding that that specific plan is in flux, but it's not yet officially changed. So that is what is difficult.
But there's no one has shown me a paper where the designation exists by APN. I've asked for that several times. I'm told that it's acreage in PA1. So no,
Right.
this isn't 2018. 2018 is a number that fits in within 2018. You're assigning these, but this isn't the exact.
Yeah, so the land use map has colors that overlay the parcels. Some match parcel lines and some don't, especially in the ECLI. The APNs are used because that's an HCD requirement, is we have to identify these by APN. So the colors on the land use map that do govern the land use designations in the specific plan roughly correspond to these parcel lines for these residential. So we're able to identify APNs. And as some of them have multiple specific plan designations over one APN, and we've indicated that in our table and broken them down. But you're correct, there are no APNs in the specific plan, but for the purposes of HCD, we do have to identify them by APN.
Once we submit these to HCD, my concern is that because of SB 330, we won't be able to go back. There will be no
it's
going
SB
back.
166, isn't it?
I'm sorry, I can't remember. It's down zoning, whatever.
There's so many.
So I want to finish PA1, use what we decide for PA1 to put into here, because if we don't, we take the risk of HCD saying, no, this is what you committed to, so this is what we're doing. And we're off by a lot of acres. I mean, I don't know. I mean, again, when I butt up against what you have, the 99.7 acres for housing versus what Josh recommended at 76.8 and what Planning Commission recommended at 70.8, that is a huge difference.
Yeah, and we're not identifying all the acres in our table. Is this your screen, Councilmember Mendoza?
Yeah, I just
okay.
put the ones that say buildable are the ones and the little ones up here.
Right.
The ones that have numbers, these with APNs, those are the ones you identified. These are not identified as residential, the one that just has numbers.
Okay.
But all of these are identified in your list. So what is missing from, because I'm noticing all parcels are, but you're saying that we didn't. Which ones did we not include?
Jennifer, do you remember which ones we didn't include based on council's direction? We didn't put all of PA1 in our site inventory. And if you'd like, Inez or Dave from Kimley Horn can also touch on, changing the housing element mid-review, because remember, this is a draft that we submit that they comment on, not a final. So they can give you some perspective on how HCD considers changes, midway through the review process as well.
Actually, I asked this question of people who've gone through the process, and they're like, once you submit it, they're not going to let you down zone. They very rarely let you take a parcel that you identified and change it to not housing or change the zoning on it.
Yeah, and so I wouldn't call what we would do if PA1 is amended as down zoning, right? We are still going to end up most likely with the same net number of units and affordability identified. They just may be on different parcels. And HCD will allow us to do that mid-range, because this is a long review process and things will change in communities. Someone will come in with a plan development application and a rezone, or things will change. So I wouldn't characterize what we're doing by adjusting if PA1 ends up being amended as down zoning, because the goal is the requirement is actually we still have to meet our RENA, and we will have to identify sites to do that. So we wouldn't be down zoning from the perspective of reducing our residential capacity to meet our sites.
Can you guarantee me 100% without a doubt that if I submit these APNs with housing on them, that we will not be held to that?
No, I can't. And I can't guarantee you that.
That's a simple, and it's just, if no one can guarantee me that, that's what I'm looking for, and you can't. So then why are we, so if I add up all of these, they're 99.7. This is Alt C. This is what Josh had, 76.8, and he includes all of everything. He didn't, like, I think you said yours doesn't include everything. His did, and Alt C is at 76.8, and the suggested was 70 from planning. what is the difference between the 99.7 and the 76.8 acres?
Sure. So Jennifer can get real specific, but the difference is the 2018 specific plan has more acres identified for residential. And through this review and this amendment process, the number of acres identified for residential is getting reduced. So that's the difference between the original 2018 specific plan. But Jennifer, do you want to get more specific about that?
Okay, yeah, so the table that you're showing here is not the table within Appendix B, or yeah, Appendix B. This is the overall table of what is allowed in PA1. Based on recommendations by staff or by Planning Commission and City Council, staff did remove a number of sites, and I'm trying to pull up the one, but overall, we reduced the total acreage that we are presenting to HCD is 63.9 acres.
What page of the agenda is, because I pulled this out of the agenda. I assumed it was page 363 in the agenda.
This is part, let me see.
What page in the agenda is your final submission? And let's look at that, and then I can compare that.
That was where I was confused too, because you've got all of these listed there, but what actually are being used in the housing element?
Yeah, it's page 235 of the agenda packet. And it was also clarified in a supplemental.
Okay, can you send this to me in Excel right now? Because I want to compare this to Josh's. And those two, I want those to tick and tie. I don't want to over deliver. And here's the thing is, if you're saying we know we're not going to build on all those acres, I don't want to go in and not be 100% truthful, right? If I'm only committing to 76.8, I mean, I was told not, I don't like fibbing on anything, and it's feeling like a fib.
So remember, the housing element isn't a planning document. So we're not saying we're not building on those or they're never going to be built on. We're just not including them as possible sites in our inventory. So based on council's direction, the original draft that we had presented to council months ago had a huge buffer, had, you know, pretty much every parcel in there that could be built on, and council's direction was, no, we don't want to show all those, and that's fine. So we removed some of those parcels from that inventory. So that's not saying they're never going to be built on. It's just saying they're extra and they're in that bank, and we don't need to include them in the housing element to meet those RENA numbers. That's all it means. It's not, doesn't mean they won't be developed.
I get that, but again, I don't, if we know we are planning on building a certain section out, let's include that. Let's not, I don't want to over promise. I don't want to under promise. I want to say, this is what we're planning for as a city. Let's submit this.
We could do that. And that's what our original table really had in it. And council was really concerned about those really big percentage buffers and over committing to HCD. So we removed those sites based on council's direction. You can certainly take that approach. There's no one way to do this, but following council's direction, we limited the number of parcels we included, and we reduced the affordability assumptions on each of those parcels, right? And so that's how we ended up where we are today.
I need to compare what is on this sheet to what Josh had, and how far are we off on there? Because right now, something looks like it's slim shady. It really does, like the 99.7 versus the 76.8. And that's why we don't have to submit it October 12th. That's a nice day because that's the first window you get. But I rather have more special meetings and get it right and make sure things are ticking and tying than submitting something that no one can guarantee me we won't be held to the 99.7 acres versus the 76 or the 70, wherever we land after it comes back from planning. And
I'm sorry.
And it's that, and you know, I watched the 2018 meeting, and there was comments in there. Planning is a mechanism, and you can adjust after adopted. We can make specific plan amendments. I mean, I took quotes on, Karen's comments, Joel's comment, and the mayor's comments. You know, and back then we were told, not we, but the council was told things that now don't hold, right? So it's like, you could be telling me something today, and then later on it doesn't hold. So I'd rather get it as close to exactly what we can commit to than over committing by what, 23 acres.
Katie has her hand up, and it might help if Jennifer shows that table to show that we don't have all 99 acres in the housing element as well. But I've seen Katie's had her hand up for a little bit too.
Katie, yeah, let's go to Katie.
Thank you. So I just want to jump in here and make sure our record is clear on a couple of topics. Number one, we are required to submit to HCD a draft housing element that reflects what we have currently zoned and designated. So we can't project what will be ultimately adopted. We need to use what we actually have on the books now, as Ms. Morris said. In that regard, we do still have the 2018 PA1 specific plan numbers. And so that's what we're working with. And it's been this 2-track process. I understand you're uncomfortable with knowing that changes are coming, but we have to be honest with HCD about where we are now. There is no attempt to do anything shady in this regard. We are simply trying to meet their requirement that we submit what is currently on the books. We've been very upfront about the fact that changes may be coming to that, but in order to stay within the window of certification and meet our final deadline, we need to get the process going so we can be in that dialogue with HCD and have a certified housing element by the deadline so that we don't face that list of very serious consequences if we don't have one in place by the time that arrives.
I just
So,
asked what
I
the
just wanted
end
to throw that in.
deadline is. The end deadline is May 30th of 2023. I'm not asking to go to May of 23. Our meeting is October 11th for PA1. I asked him when that is. That's October 11th. All I'm asking for is let's finish PA1, make sure that those numbers flow into here and there's no discrepancies. Because right now there is discrepancies. And again, I mean, Katie, in that meeting in 2018, promises were made. And now, you know, you yourself came in the last meeting and said that, you know, like you actually negated what was said in 2018 because laws change, right? Laws change that you don't know about, I don't know about. So I rather tick and tie right now to what we can commit to versus overshooting and then being held to that overshot. Because our residents have told us time and time again, jobs is the priority. So and the audit from the state said that there was a lack of review on the job to housing balance. And they're going to address that in the 7th cycle. But so we need to make sure that we're holding the land for jobs. And I understand what you're saying, but you can't tell me any of what you're saying is Bible because it can change next month based on a new bill.
It can absolutely change. We are just wanting to make sure we're putting the council in the best position possible to make a decision that gets you to a certified housing element by May. So if you want to hear from our housing element consultants on what that sort of give and take process looks like and how much time that takes, this is something that they are familiar with and they could walk through. I don't mean to interrupt the deliberations, I just wanted to make sure that those points were in there for your consideration.
But can they guarantee me that a law won't change? Right? Even the consultant, because it was Ben who made the comments back then, and now it's changed, right? So even the consultants made comments in 2018 that now don't hold any water. So I just want to put us in the best position today so that we're not caught with our pants down tomorrow and we lose, 20 something acres of jobs in PA1.
So I think if Jennifer can put up the table showing the numbers, you'll see that we're undershooting it by a bit. So we're not over promising in terms of the total numbers, and council can do with that information what they want and what they feel comfortable with. But I just want to make it clear what the actual reportable RENA is in PA1 versus what the total capacity is and those changes which are still being considered. So Jennifer, if you can put up that table so we can just see the numbers that we're talking about.
And while that's coming up, if I could just insert an important relevant fact, even if you consider the PA1 specific plan changes on October 11th, a second reading, if you approved it even then, second reading on October 25th, it's not certified for 30 more days after that. So we still can't use those numbers till late November, early December. So I just want to point that out, that we still have to use adopted numbers, and those PA1 won't be ready till till it's
Well,
final.
when it comes back to October 11th, if you have a 5-0 vote with not a lot of discussion and we all hold hands and agree with it, then that's what we agree to. Right now, they don't even match, Tim. They don't even match,
Right, and I've explained why they don't match. They're not.
which to me doesn't make sense. It's
I
sloppy
see
in my
that.
opinion.
Right, no, I see
So,
that.
yeah.
So I've got a couple concerns on this. First,
Mayor, if we could just answer a few of the questions before I move on to new questions, that would be very helpful. We're getting off track significantly from this housing element.
Okay, yes, if we could answer some of the questions Councilmember Mendoza's posted, and then we'll go into Councilmember Rary's.
The only question I wanted was, can you guarantee me 100% that we won't be held to the 99.7 and not the 76? And it's no one can guarantee me that. So why would I plan for 99.7? And so that's my biggest question, right? It doesn't even tie to Alt C from planning. It doesn't, or from Josh, it doesn't tie to the planning commission suggested 78. And I asked that and that was answered. So I'm good.
Okay, Councilmember Rary.
okay, so can you pull up the map of where PA1 or the map that was being used for this? I think it's on page. Yeah. No, not that. Well, I guess maybe that map. So if you look at number 5 right there, that's 19 and 5 acres, or 19.05, I think. So why are we using that location that's going to be regional commercial? Why not take the one that's next to it, that's what, 4 acres, then the other one there's 2 more that are actually zoned Transit Village below number 4, below and besides number 4 that equal, let's see if I can get to that. I think those in itself are larger than the 19 acres, so that we don't have to worry about moving that spot at all. We know it's not going to be we know it's not going to be Transit Village. So why are we using it when we can utilize other things that's currently 2018 currently zoned for Transit Village?
So when we looked at it, the 3 sites that we did not choose to keep in the inventory accounted for approximately 14 acres of TV. We were trying to eliminate 14 acres. Any more than that of the TV would have put us in a deficit to meet our RENA goals. And so we could not eliminate the whole entire 19-acre site, although that would be ideal. There seems to be consensus that will not be included, but just based on the numbers and trying to meet our RENA goals with what we have based on the 2018, it wasn't feasible to eliminate that site. And so instead we had to eliminate 3 other sites, which equaled approximately 14 acres.
So on Hindorn Ranch Road there, we have, was it 5.41 acres, 4.78 acres, 4.02 acres, and 5.5 or 1.5 acres. Correct? Those are the 4 areas. So that's almost 20 acres in itself. More there. So let's look back at that.
We shared a different one.
So 4, 5, and 7.
Yeah. So here's a comprehensive list of all of the sites within PA1. The sites listed in red are the sites that we, at this point, are not including in our site inventory. So based on that, the 3 that we did not include were these 3 at the bottom, the 3 on Hindorn Ranch Road. That makes sense. And then
So that's 13 acres, and that 13 acres would,
that got us right to that 13% buffer. Bumping that up to 19 acres would have brought us below. So it's really just basically a numbers game in which we couldn't get it to work out to eliminate that, because we needed to eliminate approximately 15 acres. And so the site 5 would have been too large to eliminate and would have brought us below our RENA goals.
okay. And the other thing I've got a concern with is on your, if we can go back to that list that,
Which
that
the,
you said,
just the PA1 list.
yeah, the PA1 list.
Okay.
No, not that one. You had one that was blue and white that. That was in our,
The page 363 in the agenda packet is, I think, what you're referring to. The blue and white on top and then the green and white on the bottom.
no, that wasn't it. They had one in the 200s, I think, that Alexis referred us over to just a little bit ago. And unfortunately, I moved. Anyway, you've got in that list, you had 2 parcels, both at the 34.39, I think. One of them is actually only about 3+ acres, and the other one is 34.39. And so, and I, based on the adopted PA1 from 2018, I can understand why you are trying to utilize that little part down below, which was going to be a park that, 3+ acres was then and is now going to be a park. So why are we including that in there? Can't we split that 34.39, and I think it's is it number 6? Let me go back to 363.
Yes. So as part of, let me pull up on September 8th. On September 8th, staff attempted to provide a clarifying memo for this. Let me share my screen again, because this part did get complicated. And
that's where things were kind of frustrating and trying to read through this, because we've read through it and but it's a draft, so nothing changed. And then you throw in the planning commission meeting and the notes on this and the notes on that, but it really, where does what we're going to approve live?
Yeah.
There was nothing in there that showed me that this is what we're going to vote on.
Yeah. So the original draft had the site 6 and site 7 split separately, which was confusing. It was using the portion to the south side of the creek as one of the parcels. As part of the clerical amendments, what staff is recommending to do, it's not a comprehensive, let me get the attachment, is basically we are proposing to modify make a correction to that inventory. Okay, here. Okay, so this is a little small. Okay, So if you can see here on sites 6 and what was 7, staff is proposing to change it to 6 and 6A. And so they would both be under the same parcel, which is the larger 34-acre parcel. And instead, it would just have one identifying parcel number, but it would be corrected just to have the 2 designations, because there are 2 zoning designations on a single parcel. So staff is proposing to keep them at the 10 acres for the high density and the 15, but just for clarification purposes, instead of identifying one south of the creek, we would identify them both on the larger parcel for clarification.
Well, and the one south of the creek is a whole different parcel anyway, so it's separate than you know where you split this. So so this is,
Can I ask you a question, Karen? I'm so confused. I thought this parcel was all high density, all one thing.
no,
then-
it was high density, I think above and multifamily high density residential below, or vice versa.
The last planning commission, it got presented with high density and ECLI below in the map in their packet.
Yeah, but see, this is 2018 right here.
So do we submit with 2018, or do we submit with what we know we're planning for? I'm so confused.
And that's the frustrating part about this whole thing.
Yeah. Right now, as currently drafted, we are submitting in accordance with this map here, which is the 2018 adopted version.
Karen, I don't mean to step on your toes, Karen. Does anything keep us from submitting with what we know we're going to do? What keeps us from saying, we know that no longer is active. This is what we're going to do. So we're going to submit what we have today.
Well, or go ahead, Alexis.
Well, I was going to say they have to be approved land use designations. So what we're presenting to council on October 11th isn't adopted yet. It's a planning commission recommendation that differs from the council's last recommendation. So until those are approved by council, they don't go into the housing element. So that it's the timing that's preventing us from forecasting what might, be approved by council. It has to be actually approved before it goes in the housing element.
Yeah, but
Can't
it's
you-
only it's only 6 acres difference between what the city council approved and what they approved.
It's just not yet done. Again, it's a frustrating timing thing that these things are marching together at the same time. And I just wanted to clarify how if I may, Councilmember Ray, touch on one of your earlier questions. So I appreciate your feedback about the packet. And of course, it's not our intention to make it confusing. The housing element that you're being asked to review is the housing element that was sent to you on, I think it was August 25th. And we discussed at the August 30th meeting, and the one attached to the staff report tonight. It doesn't change during that 30-day comment period. So we did receive your comments at the earlier meeting. We're receiving public comments. So similar to an EIR, during that public review period, the content of the document doesn't change. So it is the same document that's on the website attached to this report that you discussed earlier on August 30th. So I apologize that the packet was confusing and cumbersome.
Yeah.
Alexis, could you clarify one other point too? There was some mention earlier of if we adopt something that changes later, there could be a down zoning issue. If we just clarify the housing element doesn't change the zoning.
Correct. So the housing element is not a land use document. So it's reflecting what our existing land use designations are in the city. So if something were to change 5 years from now, or 2 years from now, or in the interim during the review period, the housing element does not establish its land use designation. So that's established through the general plan, the zoning, the specific plan, and changed by other mechanisms. If that happens, we may have to update our housing element through the 8-year cycle. That's required by state laws that we check in with the implementation. But the housing element itself does not regulate land use, if that makes sense. It reflects it.
But let's say we have 19 acres as designated as transit village. and at 32.5 for Transit Village per acre. And we changed that. According to the housing element, we have to designate 19 acres somewhere else as Transit Village. So it kind of locks us into whatever we're telling them that we're creating.
Well, we don't necessarily have to designate it as Transit Village. We have to identify other sites that have the similar capacity for the different income levels that we identified. It doesn't have to have the same land use designation. In fact, they won't, because that only exists in PA1, right?
But you're not, where else are you going to find that density anywhere else in our city?
Well, again, we're not showing all the sites in PA1, and we're showing a 30% affordability and a 15%. So there are ways we can make those adjustments. And
But
this
see,
goes back to that.
now we're already
buffer-
planning. Now we're already planning on coming in short and having to find
No.
other sites.
So let me go back to the buffer conversation, right? That's why we encourage the biggest buffer possible, so we don't have to administer this housing element and make these adjustments very frequently over time, because we have those sites banked, and if one changes, we still have enough. The fewer of those sites we identify in this housing element, and the narrower that buffer, we do have to keep recalibrating if things don't develop in the way that we've assumed in our housing element. So there's just different methodologies and different philosophies behind that. The bigger the buffer, the fewer midterm adjustments you might have to make. The smaller the buffer, the more midterm adjustments you might, mid 8-year cycle you might have to make. It's just a give and take.
But we're talking about rezone then.
Not necessarily, because Brentwood is in the fortunate position that we have more sites than we need to meet our RHNA. If those sites are whittled away and not developed with affordable housing at those income levels, the city could be potentially facing a rezone. But right now, we're not in that position. And we have some flexibility because, again, the buffer we're identifying, there are more sites that we're just not including in our housing based on council direction. So the original buffer we showed, and Jennifer had that slide in her PowerPoint, was very large. And council said, we don't want to identify those sites for the similar reasons that you're discussing tonight, which is, overcommitting to HCD and not being able to dial that back at any point. So we have extra capacity in the city based on our existing general plan and our existing zoning that we're just not showing as in the housing element because we don't have to, right? We just have to show enough to meet our RHNA with a little bit of a buffer because HCD encourages that. There are more sites that we're not including because we don't have to. Unless council wants to, then you can direct us to do that. So we do have some flexibility. At some point, we could get to a point, let's say 4 or 5 years from now, nothing's being developed or everything's being developed way above market rate, that we might have to rezone. And we've had that conversation at earlier meetings. There, as Council Member Mendoza has pointed out, there's no guarantees in any of this process. But right now we have a buffer, and that is an extremely fortunate position for a suburban community to be in. As Council Member Mendoza said, there's one area of our city that has very high density, and we're not using all of that high density in our housing elements. So that's helpful as well. We're also not assuming that 100% of those sites would be affordable to lower income folks. And so we have buffer in that way as well. That's a good position to be in from the perspective of meeting our RHNA. People have made different opinions about the actual type of a development, but from the position of the RHNA, that is a very fortunate position the city's in. If we run out of sites at some point, state law requires us to make adjustments to our housing element, and we will cross that bridge when we come to it. But right now we have a pretty healthy buffer. We're not even showing it all to HCD.
Do you have a slide you can show us with the acreage per zoning and the units that acreage will produce?
For the sites that we've identified?
Yes.
Yes. Jennifer's the chart wizard.
Okay, so you were looking by zoning, how much it will accommodate. Okay.
I think table B8 has that. Do you want me to share my screen?
That's what I think of.
Okay, thank you.
Can you zoom in on that a little bit?
Did I mention I missed the
Or
council
what page
chambers?
is it on in our stuff?
235.
That was the 200 one that I was.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Okay.
it's 2 pages. The first page sites 1 through 7 are sites within PA1. Sites 8, 9, and 10 are sites in our vacant underutilized inventory, and sites 11 through 20 are part of our pipeline projects. So we have the existing density, which is the mid-range is what we were going off of for all of those sites. And then we have the total potential units for each of those sites. And then we have the category that each of them would be in, the low, mod, or above mod. Those are based off of the 35% affordability assumption for low and very low, and the 15% affordability assumption for mod. The remainder of the site would be assumed to be above moderate.
How are we including the HDR? Number 6.
Yeah,
'Cause that's under
HDR.
30.
Yeah, HDR is under 30, so it does not meet our default density, so we cannot count it in the very low and low category,
Okay.
but it does qualify still in the moderate category. So for those, we are only accounting for the 15% moderate, but we do not get credit for the very low and low 35%.
But we get credit if we build them, right?
Correct, absolutely.
So like our 13% inclusionary is above and beyond.
Correct. We just can't, yeah, we can't project those. We can only project the moderate at this time.
And how many, we're getting 127 out of that for moderate? Or no, we're only getting 23 out of that for moderate. Okay, I see where. All right. So it's just these 10 items. Now, out of the 1905 that is on number 5, do we have to report the entire acreage, or can we whittle that down and say only this is, only 15 acres is deliverable?
Mm-hmm.
Or do we have to use the full 1905?
Jennifer, do you have your dynamic spreadsheet? Because this is the exercise we went through with council at the earlier meeting, and it drops pretty quickly below the threshold for meeting RENA when you start making changes like that. But I don't know if we had that queued up for tonight's meeting.
Give me just a second. I can find that. I don't know if you have another question you wanted to go to, but I can pull that one up.
Councilmember Rary, also, I mean, these are at the 80% residential propensity, which Planning Commission, I was saying midpoint 32.5. Planning Commission is coming at 80% of the high point. That their suggestion is 36 units per acre. So I'm not even comfortable with that 80%. I think we're going to have to.
That was regarding PA1.
But those are, but that's what they're putting in here. So because they're using the 80%, we have to allocate higher acreage, where they want to bring that number down and reduce the acreage on that. So this is where I'm saying we're over committing on acreage.
So that applies to the TV parcels, the 80% discussion. So again, they're all proportional in what you reduce or increase, right? So we're still having that 35% affordability at low, the 15% at mod. Those assumptions can be adjusted in our model. The acreage can be adjusted in our model. The midpoint, the expected density can be adjusted. So that's the exercise we went through about a month and a half ago to come to the tables that we have today. So those are all adjustable in the model. It's those end numbers we're trying to meet, which is the RENA numbers.
Well, I think that if we increase that 80%, even to 100, which is 32.5, which is conservative based on what Planning Commission recommended at 36, we can reduce the acreage, because somehow or another, I'm not comfortable submitting 99.7 acres or whatever, this higher acreage per APN. I think we're including APNs we might not even need to include, because there's 6 acres that we're going to reduce if we go with the Planning Commission recommendation. And I don't feel comfortable submitting those APNs in this process today if we're going to reduce by 6 acres. Like, which APNs will we reduce? I don't know. So, and I know we sat here and did it as council, but because it's 2 different workflows, and this isn't our full-time job, right? Like, this isn't something I do full-time. If I did it full-time, it would have been like this is all I would have been doing for 40 hours a week. But
No, I understand. I absolutely was not meaning that as a passive aggressive comment at all. I was just saying, remember the model that we went
I
through.
do,
It's all adjustable, right? It's all adjustable to come out with that end result, which is meeting the RENA. I was not
Yeah.
meaning to imply in any way
No.
that you.
So, but if we change on the residential propensity, even to 32.5, I mean, I don't know what we're gonna do, because Planning Commission is saying 36 units per acre. They're saying 80% of max. I'm saying my suggestion had been midpoint, which is better than, for the builder, it's better at 32.5 versus 36. But I don't want to set us up giving acreage that we don't have to, that then something might happen in the law, and then they're going to take it from ECLI. And again, I mean, I watched the 2018 meetings, things that were said that will be fine, this and that, they no longer apply. And that is my fear, is we're going to commit to this higher acreage and then we're done. Like they can come back, they can send us to the AG, they can send us to HCD, and then we have to give them these acres.
So this is that model, and we can.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Councilmember Murray, of course.
The other thing that was brought up, and at our meeting, and then was brought up during the Planning Commission meeting, and that you guys couldn't get back to us with that information, and which is what I thought was going to be in the memo, was that we can use regional trends and for transit village, for mixed use, and that they didn't have enough time to bring that forward for the Planning Commission meeting. And so I really anticipated that to be part of the information that was going to be in our memo. And I quickly looked, Walnut Creek's got on a 0.40 acres, up to 4 stories, 75 dwelling units per acre on a 0.40 on a 0.97 net acre property. They've got 139 dwelling units an acre.
Yeah. And so that conversation was about the PA1 land use designations and ranges. All we can put in our model is what the zoning allows, right? So we can't go to 75 units an acre, for example, for any of these sites, because it's not in the,
No. We weren't saying to do that, but instead of bringing in at 80%, we're seeing that it is regionally building on even smaller lots. I mean, 75 dwelling units an acre on 0.4 acres is just blows me away.
Right. Some communities, they can get very dense. Others, like the Pittsburgh BART station and the Antioch BART station, there isn't anything there yet, right? The closer in communities. All we can do in this model is go up to the max of what our current zoning allows. So,
but we're using it at 80%.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. We can adjust all of those numbers as long as we're not exceeding what the land use designation allows. So,
that was the only point I was saying, that regionally we are seeing, and I mean, here's another one, 0.67 acres at 167 dwelling units an acre.
Right, and there's really dense communities in the Bay Area. This specific plan doesn't
And
get
those are
that
all in
dense.
Walnut Creek.
Yeah. And this specific plan doesn't get that dense, and that may change. That's only from a
Yeah.
housing element perspective, that's only to the benefit of our RENA numbers, but it's just not in place today.
But
so-
we had wanted to know, because it does say regional trends, because we were told the last time that there was nothing to compare it to here in Brentwood, because we've never done transit village before.
Right.
And but the guidebook also says that we can look at regional trends, and because it's regional trends, there is based on those numbers, definitely can go up to at least 40 units.
Yeah, and so I'm sorry if I missed the boat on that. My impression of that direction was that was about the PA1 discussion that's coming back to council. That's why we didn't have enough time to put it in the planning commission report about PA1. So it wasn't our expectation that that was in the conversation tonight. But that certainly can be a part of the PA1 conversation. Again, this is frustrating because these two things are marching together at the same time and getting conflated or different information. But we can make, so if it is council's direction to make adjustments to this tonight, we can do that. Staff's only recommendation consistent throughout all of this is that we submit a housing element to HCD that meets our RENA, has a buffer, and that is submitted on time to avoid all the penalties that come with not submitting on time. This is the direction from earlier council meetings. If council wants to recalibrate this based on developments, things are changing fast in the past few weeks with all kinds of land use discussions. We can certainly do that tonight. Staff's not here to tell you can or can't make those changes. We're just here to advise you on what HCD's requirements are.
So I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but I would like to change those 80% to 100 on residential propensity. I don't know, is that, yeah.
And that could possibly allow us to take that 19.05 acres out of the thing and put those other couple that are in the extras back up into what we want to submit.
Can we do this live?
And perhaps our housing element consultant might be able to chime in. It is my understanding that in terms of the housing element update in the site's inventory, that HCD will not accept 100% assumptions on mixed use parcels. So as Alexis had indicated, that the PA1 discussion is a little bit different than the housing element discussion, since this does go directly to HCD, but perhaps our housing element consultant might be able to.
Can't we submit it with our first round and wait for them to come back and see? There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, this is our first round, and then see what they say. And if we add that backup that, no, this is actually very reasonable, and look at what's happening in Dublin, in Walnut Creek, in Livermore.
I think my things were Walnut, Pittsburgh, and Bay Point.
Yeah, and Dublin has it too. Dublin is very similar in demographics, right? So I think, sometimes we have to fight for our residents at some point, right? And if submitting it at 100 with first round and then coming in with backup and saying, we're not off our rocker, HCD, look I have these examples of where it's working. And again, even our consultant who came in and talked about Transit Village has won awards because these things are so popular and doing so well, right? So I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to do 32.5. I don't know where people stand, because I know Planning Commission is saying 36. I'm scared about the 36. I could see HCD pushing back on over 100 of midpoint, but I would feel comfortable with 100%, because you're going to go rounds anyway. So why not take the risk for our resident? And it's not even a risk, right? It's a conversation that goes back and forth. Like they're like, no, you're off your rocker. And then we're like, hey, we can do this. It's you sit down and have this conversation with them. And I know there's a phone number where you can call and ask for help. Has anyone called and asked them? Because I almost did, but then I'm like, that's not my job. I'm not going to call them.
Well, we didn't need their help yet because we think we're following their guidelines. But if we have something out of the box, we can certainly reach out to them. We've been on lots of conference calls, lots of meetings about what HCD wants, listening to HCD's presentations. Our consultants have been going through this in Southern California, but so far we haven't needed their technical assistance because this has been, believe it or not, relatively straightforward, maybe compared to other communities that aren't meeting their RENA and have to really get outside of the box. But we know that resource is available to us, and we're hoping we can meet with our reviewer once they're assigned very early on before they even dive into the review. So there's a lot that will happen once this is submitted with HCD.
Alexis, I've got a question. With the conversation that we're having right now, from what Council Member Mendoza is saying, what does that do to the timeline of actually getting us to where we need to be so that we're not delayed and have these fines? Is this process something that is the back and forth would delay us beyond that timeline? Or what would happen if we go with that recommendation?
So the back and forth we're talking about would be after we submit our draft to HCD and they review it and give us comments or have questions. Our schedule that Jennifer showed earlier has us going through May if we submit this in the next 2 weeks, right? So that would be independent of PA1. We're going to take our minimum 10 days to respond to the comments we received and submit this to HCD mid-October. So our schedule already goes through May, and this has to be done by June of 2023 per statute. So we don't really have a buffer. I wish we did. I wish we had more time. With AB 215, it's extremely truncated those review timelines midway through this housing element process for everybody in the state. So if we don't submit it mid-October or thereabouts, we may not meet our schedule because HCD, our understanding from Southern California, has been taking the full 90 days for their first review. They may not. Again, there's no guarantees. They may take 45 days. They may take the full 90.
But in Southern California, because HCD was running late, they weren't even meeting the 90 days. They gave everyone extensions. So as long as you submit, then that's what you got to do. And then it's they might not even, they were taking over 90 days. So even in Southern California, everyone was getting extensions because they don't even have the head count to do it on a timely basis right now.
Yeah, so yes, that is exactly what happened. They have worked through some of that workload down there, right? And now they can focus on the Bay Area, which is smaller. And Inez, I don't know if, or Dave can touch on the reviewers' schedules have freed up a little bit based on Southern California being done or, almost to in the home stretch. But anything past October, we're vulnerable to not meeting that June deadline, and we're not expecting them to have that same delay and statutory extension of the timeline in the Bay Area like they did for Southern California.
I think this goes back to, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't raise my hand. I'm just
no, we're just discussing.
So are we saying though, can we make these changes tonight and still make the submission deadline?
Yes, if we get clear direction and a majority direction, we can make these changes tonight. The meeting was only scheduled to 7, and we have a regular council agenda. So I would look to the city attorney if we can't finish that in the next 6 or so minutes. Then if we can continue this to be on the later agenda tonight, because we did not, notice it for a separate meeting. But yes, we can work through this tonight. That's what our handy dandy spreadsheet is ready to do. We just need majority direction.
I would like to play with some of the numbers.
Huh?
I said, I'd like to plug and play with some of them, like change that 80 to 100, reduce kind of, and I know it's not PA1, but how can we look at those things side by side so they match as much as possible, so that we're not putting ECLI at any risk with any future bill or regulation?
Well, I don't want to complicate this even more, but there are a couple bills that put commercial designations at risk, regardless of what we do with our housing element, just to add another layer of complexity to to this process.
Yeah,
so,
that 2011 hasn't been signed yet, so
I know,
we're praying.
3 more days.
So if that doesn't happen, you will hear me yell from City Hall wherever you are in Brentwood. But
You too.
but to your point, right, I can't guarantee you tonight that that's ECLI is
Yeah.
protected anyway, but I just wanted to make that clear for everyone.
But at least if we try to protect jobs as much as possible, I mean, at least we tried as a council, right? We didn't just like, okay, we're giving up.
Understood. I just want to make everyone aware that there are other, there are those things at play.
Katie, you've raised your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if the council has made a determination that they need more time to provide staff with direction tonight, you could continue this special meeting until after your regularly scheduled meeting, which starts in about 14 minutes. And if that's the direction you want to go, you could consider, I don't want to cut short your conversation now, but if you needed a few minutes between now and the regular meeting, you could go ahead and make that motion to continue afterwards right now, and we could reconvene after the regular meeting ends. So that is one option for your consideration this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer?
Yeah, and then, so staff has done a preliminary analysis on what the Planning Commission recommended in terms of total acreage and total units. And so based on the Planning Commission's preliminary recommendation, our current inventory actually has approximately 3.7 units less than what the Planning Commission is currently recommending. So if the
Is that at the 80% or the 100% at Transit Village?
So that is just acreage. So just based on total acreage. The Planning Commission's recommendation for total acreage is actually 3.7 acres more than what we have included in our current inventory. So if the City Council sees it and then reduces it to add an additional 3.7 acres of ECLI above and beyond what the Planning Commission has already increased, then you would still be consistent with what is currently being presented to HCD.
Yeah, if we could review this after the meeting, because now I need to calculate all these. And you're calculating the Transit Village at 32.5 or their suggested 36?
Because
I know, I agree with you. I
yeah.
think 36, that would definitely raise a red flag. I agree with you on the 32.5. I just don't know. I mean, because it's coming back October 11th, we haven't made any decisions.
And I think that was regarding PA1 that they were talking about that 90%.
We're talking about PA1 Transit Village. They
But
wanted that to be.
But not for the housing element.
No, not the house. But those numbers should tie out is what I'm saying, right? Like we don't want to overcommit and then not be able to do it. So I'm comfortable with the 32.5. And then if we come in at 36, then we have that little buffer from 32.5 to 36. Does that make sense? Like if for some reason we October 11th, we're like, okay, we're updating what we voted on last time. We're using a morphed version of the Planning Commission recommendation, not their 36, but the 32.5, right? But I don't know where we're going to end up on that.
So for the housing element, we have to use an apples to apples analysis in terms of the actual unit count. So in this case, the way that we have done this table is that we've utilized just the raw acreage for each of them, and then we're using the same assumption of the 80% to come up with the unit calculation, because we do have to do an apples to apples analysis in terms of the assumptions. We can't have PA1 having one assumption and the housing element having the other in terms of this calculation as shown here.
So you're using 26, not 32.5?
In both of these, correct.
So, but what if we want you to update so now you're saying they have to tie out, right? First, like, oh, they're separate, but now they do have to tie out. And that's where it's getting confusing, right? So I think we need to talk about this after the next meeting and go, where do we want to plug and play at a 32.5, 100%? Or what do we want to do? I think that we need to do that. And I need to understand why we're off by so many acres. Like at the end of the day, how many total acres are you seeing in PA1 How many are you submitting? How many are you not submitting? And do those acres tie out to what we're seeing in PA1?
And how does the difference between the two not raise a red flag?
Yeah.
Because they're for different purposes, right? So again, we are undercounting sites all over the city for the housing element purpose. So you'll see the housing element today, the draft has 63.9 acres identified. In PA1, there's more acres than that designated residential. So because they're serving different purposes, our general plan has a build out and far more residentially designated parcels than we're showing in the housing element because we don't need to, right?
But that's where I'm not understanding where you're getting that number, because according to Josh's page, we have 70, I mean, that's close, 76.8. It's closer. And I wish I could
in total.
see, yeah, his is 76.8. And I think PC was coming in at 6, Josh said like 6 acres less. So at like 70
so here
or
it
so.
is, 67.6 is what we put in the table from PC's recommendation. Is that?
But I wish I could see this by APN. And like all of the APNs, what you're including, which ones are you including in the 67.6 and which ones are you not including? Kind of like you have over on the sheet that you sent us.
Right.
I wish that's the kind of stuff that I think we miss in our reports when we're trying to understand what we're voting on. That kind of detail is so necessary for us to be
Right.
able to understand.
Yeah, so the only thing we have by APN right now is this 63.9, because that is tied to the existing PA1. This is just showing you how those sites adjust, but not by APN because this isn't adopted yet. So we don't have that exhibit available to you. We just have the APNs for the housing element sites, which are these 63.9 acres. And again, it's undercounting the overall acreage in PA1, but we didn't go to the PC recommendation and identify it by APN because for the purposes of tonight, we just gave you the calculations here.
But that's the thing is you're undercounting, but what if what you're not counting is like 40 acres, right? Like, I don't know what you're not counting.
Well, we can show you that spreadsheet again. It shows all the APNs that we are counting and we can show you the map. And there was only a couple that were left off, as Jennifer said. And
Yeah, there was
Yeah.
10
Yeah.
10 items, I think, in the, 10 items in the list of what they are counting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
guess.
so
yeah,
we can show you which ones we didn't identify because we didn't need to, right? We didn't need them to meet the RENA. So this is using those same APNs, just adjusting based on this PC recommendation is what this is. Again, it's just apples to apples. Not
So, and then if
I would rather keep it at the 63.9 as the draft inventory.
but how, you need to know what APNs, like, okay, so this is included, and then what is your number of acres not included, right? So that's
So
what
it
I
would
want
be
to
the-
see.
yeah,
So for a
so-
total, because if your total is still coming in close to 99.7, that doesn't work. It needs to come in close to
Well-
Alt C or the suggested.
So that's for PA1, sure, right? But for the housing element, it's not going to total. It's
But you
just
can
not.
give me PA1, all the APNs, what you're including, which totals your 63.9, and these are the ones you didn't. And
Yeah,
this is how it ties out to Josh's 76.8 or the PC 70.8, because your 63.9 is missing something, right? And it's that
Right.
something that I'm afraid I'm going to vote for. And that something was another 40 acres.
Vote for in terms of.
I'm just saying
including
in
the housing
general, in general.
Well, there could be, this is all that would be committed to HCD under the current scenario is this 63.9. Anything in excess of that is not listed as an opportunity site in the housing element.
But you're identifying sites, Alexis, and my fear is there's identified sites and not identified sites.
Right.
And I need to be able to add those up because that is our commitment once we get to October 11th for that meeting.
So my concern with it all is that when PA1 comes before us, they keep saying that they can't give us the acreage per, it gives us a general acreage. This is what this is what it is, but there's no APNs assigned to that, or this APN is split by this amount. So half of this goes here, half of it goes to this, and so that's why the numbers here don't tie out, as you said, because we're comparing a 2018 adopted thing to a conceptual 2022 thing.
So it's 6:56, and if it's council's will to continue this to later in the agenda, we can certainly revisit the conversation. We do have all of these by APN, as we showed you earlier, for the 63.9 numbers, and we do have the map that we can walk through.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, this motion is to re-adjourn this conversation after our regularly agendized city council meeting. We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye,
motion carries unanimous.
thank you. Now, do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Actually, if I could jump in for just a minute, you're not actually adjourning because you're continuing until after the meeting. So we are concluding this meeting and we'll get started on the next one in just a moment or two, as soon as the mayor is ready to announce the commencement of the next meeting.
Could we take 5 minutes in between?
We have a first and a second on that. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye,
motion carries unanimous.
thank you. We will be back at 7:05 as requested by council members. I'll see you soon. Thank you.
What's up, Councilmember Rary? Hello, Mayor.
So, check and make sure everyone is able to. we are-
Close up right now.
Hey.
There we go.
Great. Okay. It appears that we have a quorum. At this time, we will begin this part of the regularly scheduled City Council meeting of September 27th, 2022. And could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Councilmember Meyer,
Here.
Councilmember Rary,
Sorry, here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Here.
Mayor Bryant,
Here. You could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will open public comments. I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
at this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda. Items listed under presentations, informational reports are on the consent calendar. Request for future agenda items, new request. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you'll have the opportunity to provide them. I received no written public comments prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the city council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up on them. I do have 3 hands raised. I will start with Danny Dorman, followed by Braden Hana. Let me share my timer screen. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Really quickly, this is Hispanic Heritage Month, and we've applauded it. We also have always spoke about trying to get great entertainment out here in Brentwood. The reason I bring it up, and this isn't a slam against any particular entity, be it the public or the private side, but we had Latin Grammy winning family that, boy, are like the Kennedys of Latin music, Paris Escobedo, out here last Saturday. And attendance was good, but it should have been better. Again, this is more of a trying to figure out how those who are promoting top tier acts out here can interact with the city so that the public's informed. That's why I wanted to bring that up. Secondly, I want to give the definition of a couple of things. Rigorous, extremely thorough, exhaustive, or accurate. And then there's resistance, which is a refusal to accept or comply with something, the attempt to prevent something by attention or argument. I bring this up, this has happened a lot, but I wanted to bring it up again because of a meeting that it seemed like not many people knew about. In listening tonight, it seemed like there wasn't a rigorous conversation trying to find a means of confirming what was needed or what should have been asked of was right. It was resistance. We can't do this because of that, or the typical. So I won't go into great detail on that. Lastly, I guess I'll save that comment for the next appropriate time. Although I do want to say really quickly, for those who don't know, tomorrow is Chief Hanson's last day. I admire the guy. And if you know me and my relationship with the police, it's a pretty lofty thing. Whoever fills his place will have some extremely big shoes to fill. We didn't agree on everything, Actually, there were probably very few things we agreed upon, but he was a straight shooter. He was open. He was honest. He is what I hope the next the next chief will bring to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Braden Haina, followed by Carolina Villaseca. Braden, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Well, good evening, Council. My name is Braden Hyena. I'm a candidate for City Council in District 2. I've heard some members of the Alliance for a Better Brentwood ask and beg that a candidate should come and speak at the council meetings and inform voters why they are running. But this is not the setting to do that. And I recommend if members of the public would like to know more about me, my campaign, and why I'm running, they can go to my website, bradenhyena.com, or contact me directly. Tonight, I am speaking simply as a citizen of Brentwood to express my concerns with the direction in which some members of the council conduct themselves and the direction they are pushing our city. The motion was made last meeting in an attempt to censor the vice mayor. Now, from my understanding, this was over a social media repost regarding the Dia de los Muertos celebration downtown. The way the situation was approached, to be frank, was unprofessional. The correct policy, according to Section 4.2, items A and D of the City of Brentwood Ethics and Conduct Policy, was to first go to the mayor, which was not done. Instead, you publicly humiliated and continued to bully a member of our council for disagreeing with a personal agenda. It was not clear about the exact reason as to the motion of the censor, and thereby shielding from any judgment by the public on your own positions regarding the matter. It is unclear at this time if this negates the allegation. Probably not, but that is now up to the council to decide. In order to attempt to move forward with the censure, a private third-party investigator must be hired, which will certainly require funding coming from the residents of Brentwood. This may come off as slander, but it is not that, I assure you. I am a citizen of this great city, and I call on its citizens to do our part in holding our elected officials accountable and making sure the council doesn't veer from what's actually important in our city. Public safety, job creation and job growth, and improving the transportation in our city. And I again, thank you, council, for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca, followed by Cynthiana Todor. Carolina, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council again. I just sat through the last meeting. I had to eat some salad with kale, which I hate, and some beans, which are high in protein, and chug some water to clear my head. Holy cow. Okay, so as an outsider looking in, somehow city staff needs to ask City Council what they would like to see, provide that, and then have a meeting. Because this is meeting number what? How many meetings have we had? And we still can't seem to all come to the table to talk about the same set of numbers. I have to believe this isn't as difficult as it's been presented. There seem to be numbers flying back and forth. City staff has some, City Council has some, then City staff presents some more, and City Council says, where did these come from? And then all of a sudden, oh, the state says this is that. It's just mind-boggling. So please, I beg of you, Mayor Joel, figure out how to make this go a little smoother. There's no reason why it's taking this many meetings to come to an agreement on 3 different programs that are marching at the same pace. I promise you, it just can't be this complicated. With what the caller previous stated, he may know the part in section of the bylaws, but he may actually not know the details of what transpired. So I applaud him for bringing it up, but context is really important. So City Council needs to do what City Council needs to do with that. And last, yes, it is Hispanic Heritage Month. I'm very proud to be here representing Hispanic heritage. I went to the Gran Fiesta, and I was just a little disappointed at how small it was, considering how many Hispanic businesses we have in Brentwood. there's a lot. But it was good in that I did find a new pest company to come and take care of the ants from the heat in my house, because that was kind of terrible. So hopefully the chamber will get out there and recruit more businesses, because again, we have a lot of Hispanic businesses in Brentwood, and they're delicious, and they should have been there. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cynthiana Todor, followed by Rod. Cynthiana, go ahead.
Hello, good evening. Thank you, Margaret, and Honor City Council. I am here to ask for an update on where we are with the youth center. It's been promised and discussed, and definitely not on the priority list necessarily for this year for our city, but the city manager mentioned that there could be some funds that could be used for getting this project off the ground. So I would like to hear an update on that project. Also, I've inquired, I want to say about a month and a half ago, about the landscaping on the median on O'Hara from Sand Creek to 2nd Street, as well as on Sand Creek Road from the intersection with O'Hara all the way to Brentwood Boulevard. And all I did receive a phone call from the city staff, and I am very grateful for that. And I've been told that most likely a project needs to be stand up and get some funding for it. So I would definitely like to get an update on that. Again, these two arteries are the main ways that we're directing our city visitors to go to our downtown and patronize the businesses there and all along the way to downtown. So I would like it to be a little bit more inviting and spruced up and really a good business card for our city. Also, I want to express my disappointment on what I've seen on the agenda for the housing element discussion. I haven't been able to attend the first part of the meeting, but I've seen a lot of discrepancies. So I'm not really sure what needs to happen, but apparently people don't like to listen to each other. I'm not sure if it comes from city council side or if it comes from the staff side or what really needs to happen. That's been some direction given by planning commission last week. I think all the questions and direction was really good coming from them, but I haven't seen most of it reflected in the agenda for today's discussion. So again, as Carolina also mentioned, please, please, please get together, make sure the requirements are very clear for both sides, and let's get this done. A good example is to look at Walnut Creek and what Pleasant Hill's doing. They've been very successful in achieving this. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more speaker with their hand raised. Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I wasn't going to speak in general comments tonight, but I did hear, I guess there's a candidate for city council who decided to come in and rather than say anything useful to the community, decided to grandstand a little bit. His accusation against the council about not doing the right procedure is not well founded. As someone who's read the actual agenda packet for tonight would know, which I strongly advise all city council candidates to start doing, because that's in for if you're going to be doing this. If he had just looked at the requested the action item printout, there's a reason why the city council members could not go to the mayor, and that is because since two of them had already discussed the infraction, speaking to the mayor outside of a council meeting would be a Brown Act violation. The Brown Act has got some interesting ramifications. That would be one of them. And so the agenda item is actually to discuss how the procedure can be amended so that such a thing can happen. So he for not breaking the law. That's basically what it amounts to. Again, I think somebody running for city council should that already. I know it, and I'm not running for anything. And it's so important that we follow legal procedures here. We all know that the Brown Act, again, can have some strange ramifications, but we all follow it to the letter. And we're all very careful about it. And for some council candidate to call in just to try to make points and advise that the city council is for not breaking the law, it's just ignorant and it's not helpful to move this community forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 2 additional hands raised. I'll call on Marisol Velez, followed by Myra Lopez. Marisol, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Council. I wanted to thank you for taking the time to review everything in such detail. I know today's been already a long afternoon, evening. Being on council isn't just saying yes to city staff or yes to special interests. It's about doing what's best for the entire city of Brentwood, even though you were elected by a specific district. It takes many hours, and I truly appreciate you taking the time to review the details. I also appreciate making sure to hold each other accountable. It's been stated that other cities around us don't hold their council members or mayors accountable, and I'm super proud that our council does. You are on council to represent the residents and make sure everything is on the up and up, and I'm happy to say that you're our council. So please, any candidate that is listening, they should be able to talk in public about items in our city right now and items that are on the agenda for city council, planning commission, any of the commissions that are happening, so that the residents can know where you stand instead of just spinning words. We need to know where you stand and stop the spinning. So thank you, everybody, and good luck on I'm sure what's probably going to be another long evening. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Myra Lopez. Myra, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Bryan and honorable council members. My name is Myra Lopez, and I'm the project director of the Tobacco Prevention Program for Contra Costa County. And as you're considering implementing the moratorium on new tobacco businesses, I just wanted to introduce myself to you all and let you know that the Public Health Department does provide technical assistance on all types of tobacco control policies that we would share with you and educate you on, and we'd be happy to support you and your staff whenever you are interested in learning more about the different types of provisions aimed at preventing youth access and use. So yeah, please feel free to reach out to us. I'm happy to connect with your staff, and just so they have my email address as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments and move into item A, informational reports from council members, committees, liaisons, and staff. And we'll start with Council Member Mendoza.
I'll make it fast. So we're gonna be late. Mayor Bryan and I both attended the Delta Real Estate Board meeting where they gave us feedback. They are very concerned about some policies going through on housing and rentals around the area. Had an interagency meeting, which I have an agenda item for. It was actually, they said it's one of the best meetings we've ever had. It went 2 hours and we probably could have gone longer. It was super fantastic. Let's see, we had an LMC dinner, which was a fundraising dinner, which was amazing. We got to see the Hubble versus the Webb telescope. I was absolutely floored, and the people in Trilogy are awesome, and they had a lot of great feedback about the city. Visited Frog Hollow Farm as a guest of Senator Glazer. If you all don't know, Frog Hollow Farm is an organic farm, and they are working really hard to make sure that they grow sustainable produce. They are coming into a lot of issues due to state regulations, so it's not just the housing. Farms are under a lot of pressure too, and if I hear a lot about people say they want to preserve our farms. We really need to speak about around legislation that protects farms and protects their water source and their labor models, because if not, we're not going to see farms that much anymore. I attended the September elected women's luncheon. had the CRC pipeline special meeting, attended the Cali meeting which had an initiative update. And I did attend the event that Mr. Dorman talked about with Paris Escobedo, Escobedo families from Oakland. I'm very proud of them and what they've done. So I attended that event as well.
Thank you. Council Member Meyer.
Thank you. I also attended the Los Medanos College and Trilogy Reaching for the Stars fundraising gala. Wonderful event, wonderful host. It was really well organized. And attended the Senator Glazer hosted tour of Frog Hollow Farm. And as Councilmember Mendoza mentioned, quite a lot of concerns from our local farmers. And one of the biggest priorities was the legislation impacting water. And the special council meeting on the pipeline, the elected women lunch I attended. I watched the planning commission meeting. I thought they did a fantastic job of having a very robust discussion. I was really impressed by every one of them. I thought I should say I was really impressed by them overall, and that they did what they should do. They questioned, they discussed, they carried things out. I thought they did a great job. Had several conversations, I want to say like 10, with residents who had feedback about PA1. And I also had a phone meeting with a local pastor who had questions about zoning on church-owned land and connected him with planning staff. And I think that is it. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rary.
Yes, thank you. I also attended the special city council meeting regarding the refinery natural pipeline. I spoke with a resident about the results of PA1, the city council voting results of PA1. I also watched the planning commission meeting and was appreciative of all the questions that they asked, housing element and the and priority area 1 for Innovation Center. I also attended the Contra Costa Elected Women's Networking Luncheon this past week, and I attended a legislative water update and tour the desalination plant in Antioch. And, you know, they talked about on the tour, they said, well, here is where our huge reverse osmosis system will be with very fine grain system. And, you know, that it was nice to hear all the information about the plant and how the amount of water from brackish desalination is so much different than doing salt water from the sea desalination. The waste that comes out, the waste product that comes out of using it from the sea is huge compared to brackish water. And that I'm also pleased to say that as part of our 2-year strategic planning initiatives, that the city is going to be looking into a reverse osmosis system as well. So I look forward to hearing more about that. I did speak with, I'll be speaking with our public works director about that towards the beginning of October, beginning to middle of October. So that's all I have to report. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, Mayor, I only have, I attended the special city pipeline workshop that was for all of the city council, and that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Since the last time we met, I had the privilege of meeting with PAC 21 Den 8, Order of Light Scouts, gave them a tour as much as we were able to of the city facilities and downtown city park area. They had a lot of excellent questions about how government works. The age group of the Arrow of Light Scouts is 10 and 11 years old. And it is amazing how brilliant 10 and 11-year-olds are with their questions, and their families also were down here, and it was great to meet all of them and see our families and our young people interested in their cities, how it works. Also, I met with some of the city staff with a group called FIOPSI. They are a commercial real estate, international commercial real estate development corporation, company, association. that get businesses together with cities that are looking for high-paying tech type industry jobs. It was a very interesting conversation, and look forward to soon seeing some fruit of those conversations by having some potential international medical and technological corporations showing interest at locating here in Brentwood, and taking advantage of our very diverse employment tank here in town that can work anywhere from entry-level jobs all the way up to CEOs. So they're excited and interested about that. That was a great meeting. Also attended Marshall's ribbon cutting at the shopping center that is near the Home Depot. It's the former Babies R Us building. That Marshall's is going to bring in somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000 a year to our general fund. So it's really great to see that happening as well. I attended the Senator Glazer tour of the Frog Hollow Farms, and just to echo the other council members, our agricultural and farmer programs out here are so essential to not just us, but the so many families in our community, and we really need to do what we can as a community to stand up and provide them all the help and our voices. Call at a state level, call our oh, good grief! What I keep thinking your name and can't think of
Legislators.
Our legislators. Thank you so much. It's already been a long night, as one of the callers had said. I attended the special council gas pipe meeting on pipeline. Attended the LMC Reach for the Stars Gala, and I have to say the LMC staff that showed up and encouraged some of the students to be there. Some of the stories of the students that attend LMC are really encouraging and life-changing. Some of them are the first family members in their family to go to college, and they're literally changing the future of their families through this. And the representatives at Trilogy did an outstanding job putting a beautiful event together. Also, I attended the elected officials Delta Association of Realtors meeting and got to talk with some of our real estate agents that had some concerns over some of the things that are going on at a state level as well as locally. It's always nice to talk to our residents there. I attended the Tri-Delta Park and Ride ribbon cutting that is in Oakley off of Main Street. And so if you are going to Antioch Park and Ride, you can go also to the stop here now, the new Park and Ride in Oakley, and take a bus, Tri-Delta bus straight there. So it is additional parking closer to home. And I've got a few more things I had several meetings with community members, and all of which, it was exciting, are very happy and thankful for what the city staff and our Downtown Business Coalition and other companies are doing to support family activities in the community. I didn't have one negative comment as far as the things that are on the improvement after the last 2 years of lockdown. And I have nothing else to report at this time. So at this time, we will move into the consent calendar.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I could just have a moment for some staff comments.
Yes, please.
Great, thank you. Council Member Meyer requested that I make an update on providing for the community an update on the council chambers project. This has been an ongoing project to update our audio and video equipment. They were many decades old already, and so updating those, we've had some supply chain issues that have created some delays, but at this point, we're forecasting to have the chambers ready to go by the end of November, early December. And so based on our council schedule, it likely would be that first meeting in December where we could gather in person and invite the public to participate as well. And that has a little asterisk next to it that barring any county health or state regulations of COVID-related impacts, that we would be planning to return in person in December. And then it's already been mentioned, but just want to invite the public to participate with the police chief final log off for Tom Hansen tomorrow night at 4:30 at the community center. And then the swearing in of our new police chief, Tim Herbert. And very excited to have that occasion to recognize those great servant leaders. And then based on some questions I heard tonight, the youth center, based on the council direction, we are solely looking at Measure X funds from the county, and they have not yet released a notice of funding availability for that funding source. So we're still waiting to see what the county does. We've been waiting since January. And as to the landscaping, we'll have staff follow up directly with Mrs. Todor on that. And those are my updates for you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move into consent calendar. Do I have a motion for the consent calendar?
So moved. Oh, never mind.
I'll make a motion to approve items B1 through B7.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
I'll go ahead and read the ordinance title for B3 before I.
Thank you.
An ordinance amending City Council Administrative Policy 10-7 purchasing policy to update the types of purchases section to better clarify individual requirements for types of purchases and increase the services up to $1,000 threshold to $1,500. Update the federal procurement section to more closely match the public contract code of federal regulations and the Brentwood Municipal Code. Clarify the quote section to increase availability of goods and services while maintaining best pricing. Update the exception section to facilitate mandatory payments to federal, state, and local governments, and an additional exception for advertising and publications, and to clarify long-term agreement exceptions. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. This time we'll go into public hearings. Item C1 is the proposed fiscal year 2022-23 cost allocation plan and schedule of city fees. And Carrie Breen and management analyst Will Alderman will present on the item. I'll turn to you, Carrie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, honorable mayor, members of City Council. I will have Will Alderman present this item to you tonight. I will be available for questions at the conclusion of the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, honorable mayor and members of City Council. Excuse me. Tonight, we're presenting the fiscal year 22-23 cost allocation plan and schedule of city fees. The cost allocation plan provides the city with a method to recover direct and indirect costs for services. In accordance with state law, our fees are limited to the reasonable cost providing the service to the consumer. The two main sections of the book are hourly rates followed by fees. The hourly rates are calculated based on the city's pay schedule and operating budget. Budgeted costs are then used to compute a departmental overhead and citywide overhead factor. These overhead factors are included in each job classification within the cost allocation plan to arrive at what is referred to as a fully loaded hourly rate for each classification. The fees portion of the book captures all of the fees previously approved by the City Council, as well as fees collected by the city but governed by other agencies. In order for fees to keep pace with inflation, the majority of fees are annually adjusted on July 1 by the Consumer Price Index, or the CPI, or the Engineering News Record, the ENR. This year, CPI increased by 6.53%, and the ENR index increased by 14.1%. There are some fees which are governed by other agencies or laws and adjusted by other percentages or requirements and become effective at varying times through the year. The method of adjustment for these fees are displayed in the fee schedule in the book. Please note that fees that have alternate studies approved by the City Council, such as our water, wastewater, and solid waste fees, are increased in accordance with those studies and not by the CPI or ENR presented tonight. Staff would like to present to Council with two new fees for consideration. These fees are each intended to recover costs that are currently being funded by the general fund. The first proposed fee is an electric vehicle charging fee. Currently, the city-owned EV charging stations in the City Hall parking garage are free for all users. The general fund has annual expenses of approximately $40,000 resulting from the cost of the electricity, station maintenance, and software costs. Staff is recommending that council consider the implementation of a proposed fee to recover a portion of the city's costs at a rate of 25 cents per kilowatt hour. We anticipate this fee would cover the majority of the general fund costs of operating the stations. In addition, staff is recommending a $1 per hour parking fee, only charged after 4 hours of station use. Staff has received feedback that oftentimes the charging stations are full. This fee would encourage users to move vehicles in a timely manner and provide more users with access. Again, the $1 per hour fee would only apply after the first 4 hours of use. The proposed electricity usage fee would be adjusted each year based on CPI to ensure cost recovery and consistency with the fees charged by other local agencies. Staff would also ensure that the fee is not greater than the cost of operating the stations. The other proposed fee would allow for the cost recovery of certain credit card fees charged to the city. Specifically, we're proposing that City Council consider implementing a 3% surcharge for credit card payments made for permit center related activity. The city's general fund currently incurs annual costs of approximately $55,000 for permit center credit card fees, and the 3% surcharge would recover the majority of those costs. Payment center applicants and customers would have the ability to avoid the 3% transaction charges through alternative payment methods, including ACH for online payments, checks sent by mail or received at the payment center, and debit card payments processed at the payment center. Additionally, this fee would not apply to other departments or activities such as parks or utility billing. Staff is also recommending a variation from the standard CPI increase, which would otherwise be applied to our affordable housing rental program. Market rents in the Bay Area are up 10%. Inflation continues to rise. Affordable rents are also steadily increasing, and although lower than market rents, increases are widening the gap for affordable housing throughout California, including Brentwood. Based on this information, staff is recommending that the fiscal year 22-23 affordable program rents remain unchanged from the prior year for current tenants in the program. New tenants entering the program as of July 1, 2022 would apply under the current affordable rental guidelines. Affordable rents would continue to be reviewed on an annual basis by our Affordable Housing Division. In closing, in addition to seeking approval of the updated cost allocation plan, staff is seeking council direction on whether to move forward with adopting the two new proposed fees, the EV charging fee and the permit center related credit card recovery fee. Thank you for your time, and staff is available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Will. Council Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Will, for that. Quick question on the rental for affordable housing. I know rents are going up, but is it costing us more to maintain them? Like, do we have to raise the rent, or can we manage the upkeep with the current rent? Because if we don't need to, I don't want it to be a profit generator. I want it to be able to cover the expense that it takes for us to do what we got to do. So I know you said for the existing ones, the rents will stay the same. For the new ones, they're getting, anyone new would go up. Do we know the cost versus the income, and is there overage, underage?
With that question, I would like to pass it over to Sylvia Elias, which is our senior housing analyst.
Hi, Sylvia.
Hi, good evening, council members and mayor and vice mayor. Currently, the rental program is sustainable. For this year, it's suggested that the rents do stay the same. Since the beginning of the rental program, the program has been in the black. So it is just making enough money to go ahead and the rentals are still fairly, well, they're under 20 years old. So they're still, the upkeep and the maintenance is still pretty easy. And, just this year, allowing the current tenants a little break because of the pandemic. A lot of our tenants haven't gone back to work fully. You know, it was going to be, the increase was going to be about 5% per HUD. And, you know, just giving them the 1 year break of 5%, we thought that the council could consider doing it for this year and still keeping the program sustainable.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I want to keep it, I don't want to raise the rents. I know that he said, I think the new tenants would pay a higher fee, a higher rent. So do we have to do that, or can we, I mean, these are affordable housing, it's people who need help. So can we keep it at the lower end or current to what people are paying today and still be in the black? Would you recommend that, or do you recommend the increase?
Well, you know, the increase has been about 5% a year. But the city and the council does have the option to go ahead and raise the rents less than 5%.
Yeah,
So,
I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
So, you know, and still keep the program sustainable is my understanding.
Okay.
Are there
Thank
any
you so
open
much.
homes?
I'm sorry?
Are there any open rentals?
Currently, there is a couple open rentals right now. There's a larger rental that has 4 bedrooms. And we hope to rent that to a family that is about a 6-person household. And there is one that just, a family that just vacated. They moved out of town, and that is a 3-bedroom, and that will also be for a larger family. So those are the only 2 that we have right now, but usually it's pretty much 100% rented.
Councilmember Meyer.
Can I just ask one quick question while you unmute?
Yeah.
What's the, so it's 5%, the new families would be paying 5% more than the old families?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Caught me off guard. My screen shows others before me. Didn't go next. Thank you. Sylvia, is it typical for us to do the 5%? And if so, like how frequently does that happen? And does that compare to others in the region?
You know, since I've been helping administer the program, it's gone up about 5% for the past, I would say 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah, and you know, we get the rent information from HUD. So and even with that percentage going up, it's still way under the market rents.
Are we getting any kind of are we gathering any kind of data on whether our residents who are part of this program are getting increases that support that much rent increase?
Well, part of the a program, or to stay in the program, is to go ahead and submit tax returns every year to make sure that they still qualify for the program. You know, that's what we really look at, just to make sure that they qualify for the program and they don't go above. I mean, if they go above, they basically graduate out of the program, but we really don't look at, you know, making sure that you know, they're still able to,
If they're able to sustain
you know, the
that.
hope is that they're still able to keep a roof over their head.
Yeah. So then if is COLA, do you know through HUD, is COLA taken into account in considering what qualifies?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Are COLA increases or lack of taken into account by HUD when they're determining what the qualifying numbers are?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll save my other questions for after the affordable housing discussion, but I agree with holding off for now and potentially even lowering the percentage for the new people as well. But we'll discuss more later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rary.
Well, I don't have any questions regarding affordable housing. So if Vice Mayor does, and he wants to ask those questions of Sylvia while she's on.
It doesn't appear that he does.
No, I don't either. I had nothing to do with affordable housing. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Meyer, did you want to take over where you were?
You can go and I'll come back. Thank you.
Okay, so since 2011, they suspended the residential growth management program. The fee is in there, but it is suspended since May 10th, I think, 2011. And our general plan says policy, F1, F1 1-9, develop and implement a residential growth management program that focuses on funding infrastructure which is directly linked to job creation. We talked about how we need additional infrastructure for priority area 1 or for, the Innovation Center. The action is develop and implement a residential growth management program to ensure that jobs-related impacts created by new residential growth are addressed in the form of providing appropriate funding for infrastructure that is directly linked to job creation. The timing of this in the general plan was rated an A, and A was to be implemented between 1 and 5 years. Well, 5 years would have been 2019. So we are now 3 years past the date that the general plan had stipulated that we implement this. So I guess my question to Will is, each year, has that number been raised by CPI, or has it stayed at the amount that was there when it was frozen in 2011?
Thank you for the question. Let me pull up the worksheet to check that. I know in my time here, it hasn't changed simply because it's been suspended.
And that figure did look very familiar. So I too don't think that it's changed.
Right. And I apologize, it takes a few moments. The sheet has a lot of data.
Understandable. And I apologize, I sent my question to the city manager regarding this, but nowhere in there did I think about until now that, hey, did this fund go up? This is a great idea, but have we raised this at all?
Yeah, the sheet's about halfway
Otherwise,
open
I
now.
would have
So.
sent this to you earlier.
While that's loading, I could just give you a brief response. Since you raised the question last night, we've looked at it a little bit today, but still need some more time to look into it from a staff perspective. One of the concerns is that state law has changed substantially since 2011 and may not allow that fee to be implemented, but we can't say that for certain. So we'll need a little more time to look into that, and we can get back to you on that.
Okay.
I've got the sheet open, so let me get to that. Again, my apologies. It has a lot of formulas in here, so it takes it a few moments to completely load.
While we're waiting, I'd like to say I really enjoy the animation, Will.
Thank you.
Had a little fun with PowerPoint.
Quite the novice. Yes, it looks like it has been increased by CPI each year. So it has continued to go up as it would have if it was active.
And do you know if it's per unit that is being built, or is it per development, per application?
That's a great question, and that one would probably be Alexis.
Okay. Well, if Alexis can look into that, and I'll put my hand down and let the line move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, if we're looking at adopting these two different areas, the charging stations and also the credit cards, what would that bring back into our general funds? Do we have somewhat of a dollar amount that we're looking at that possibly would go into the general funds?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I'll take that one. So we're looking at cost recovery on the permit center side. So we're thinking it'd be about 55,000, very close to that number, which is what our cost is. On the EV side, we're not entirely sure. I mean, it depends on how much it gets used. It'll be less than what we're currently paying. So we're currently paying about 40,000. I would guess we'll probably get somewhere around 30 is my rough estimate. This is something we could refine after doing it for a year and seeing where we're at, how much it's costing, and take a look and say, all right, we did it, we didn't do it. That's something we can do. It's just really hard to pinpoint that because it really depends on use. It's not a straight, because there's the problem is that it's not just the electricity, it's also the maintenance on the machines. If they break, you have service issues, those sorts of things that get rolled in there too. So it's hard to exactly know if we're getting 100% on that. And we're not getting 100%. We're a little below. So
Okay.
yeah, combined, I would say, 55 plus maybe another 30. So the two together, maybe 85,000.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. And that goes directly into the general fund, right?
Yes, it would.
Okay. I have another question is, how are we going to notify if this does get adopted and moves forward? What are the different avenues that we will take to be able to notify the community that these are the new charges that are going to be happening within these two different areas?
Yeah, so we've been working with Mickey in Public Works on that for signage. So there's a few ways. So on the EV side, when you have a ChargePoint app, which you go to use a station and it tells you, hey, here's the charge that it's going to be. So those would be loaded in there. We would also propose to put signage up above the station stalls, indicating that the stations now require a fee. Other than that, Mickey may have other ideas, but those I think were the ones that sounded like the most promising. On the credit card side, so we're only talking on the permit center, we would add that to any fee calculations, any notifications of fees on community development. It's typically their fees that we're talking about. But that one
Carrie,
probably have, yeah.
So just really quick on that. So when we said the credit card fees, we're just talking specifically within the planning department? Is that what
We're
looking
talking
at?
permit center related. Yes.
Okay.
So that's essentially
So
everybody.
nothing like if you go in to pay your water with a card or anything like that, it's not including that.
So yeah, excluding all utilities, excluding parks and recreation, excluding police as well. All those activities would be excluded under this proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thanks. I'll make this quick. This is about electric vehicle stations as well. Regarding the complaints about the lack of availability and one of the reasons we're doing the parking so that we can open these things up a bit. I would like to know, I'd like some reassurance that we are looking into grants around this. I mean, you hear them, state grants popping up on a fairly regular basis about cities that can apply for additional stations. So any updates on that?
Hesitating to see if Mickey might jump on. He would know better than me on that one. I don't see him popping up here. So we may have to follow up. I mean, certainly any grants that we could get, I see him coming up. His hand is raised, so that's good news. Save me, Mickey.
And he went on silent. He muted.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yes, to Carrie's point, we are always looking for grants. I don't know if there's one in particular specifically for electric vehicle charging stations. In the parking garage, we do have some creative ideas because ultimately, and it's not just for the public's sake too, but we're looking at our own fleet. We have long-term plans to electrify our own city vehicles. So we need to make sure that we've got charging stations at our courtyard, at the police station, and other locations specifically for city vehicles as well. So we are actively looking at that. That may be a whole new CIP project in the upcoming year, given its size and complexity.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question is really just for the sake of public education of anyone who's curious how this works. I don't have an electric vehicle. I had to ask the same question. How would the fees be collected and how would this be monitored?
Sure.
Both parking and the kilowatt per hour.
So I can tell you in practice, I don't have an EV either, but the way it would work though is, so when you go to the station, you have a card, right? So it knows it's you. You go in there, it would charge 25 cents per kilowatt hour. So depending on how much juice you needed to fill up your car, your app would tell you how much you use. So it would say, oh, you brought in 10 kilowatts or whatever. And so it'd be $2.50. In terms of the timing, you would not pay that dollar unless you were there for 4 hours. So the system, the charge point system, gives a lot of flexibility here to establish times where, you know, lengths of time that you have before a charge becomes in effect. So with that, again, it would be on the app. That's how people would see it. It would be on their app, which is telling them, you know, it'll show where their car is, which station it's at, and then how much they're paying. It would have been nice, I suppose, to have a visual of what that might look like, but that's
okay.
you know, I've heard from those who have the app. I've asked the same questions, and I've been told that that's how it works, is you use your phone to see the app and it tells you all that information.
And to clarify, you can't just activate this by plugging it into your car. You activate it through the app.
Correct.
Which is attached to your credit card.
Which would be attached to a payment method. I'm not sure if they might
Payment method.
turn it
Okay.
to, yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Actually, one quick comment. I just wanted to say thank you to staff for providing the program fees from other cities. I really like having a benchmark, and it was nice to be able to compare what we're doing to what other cities are doing as well. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Member Mendoza?
I'm not sure if we talk about this now or we talk about this during council discussion. I've gotten actually several calls about cars staying there for a very long time, very, very long time over the weekends. And I think you guys are pretty busy on the weekends. And it looked like the 4-hour enforcement was from 8 to 5. And I'm not sure if that's Monday through Friday or, you know, Sunday through Saturday. But when I had my one-on-one with Tim, I guess my question was, could we do that for 24 hours a day? Because a lot of people go in the evening because they work during the day. So they're charging at night. And we need to make sure we're freeing them up. The other thing is, I think $1, when you're there for more than 4 hours, I think that the parking should be more than $1. $1 is not going to deter me from staying in a restaurant and finishing my meal, or $5, that starts to hurt a little bit more. So I want to look at the timing of the parking to change that to 24 hours and to increase it from $1 to, I would say, $5. I mean, if you go to Walmart.
But if you're parked in the parking lot over 2 hours, you get a $38 ticket.
But then why don't that's not the same for the machines, the
machine, as long as you're charging there currently, you can stay there.
But people go in, they plug in, and then they hang out, they go to the farmer's market, they go have breakfast, or they go to concerts in the park, and they're there for a lot of hours, they go to dinner. So are we going to enforce?
I was gonna bring this up during discussion, but I just throw that out there.
So I don't know. I think we need to look at that. I think you guys are very, very kind, but I would totally take advantage of your hour and hours. I mean, $1 is nothing. I'd be paying $1 for like the next 8 hours. It wouldn't even, I'd be like, whatever. So we can talk about it during discussion, unless you guys have some feedback as to why we use those guidelines.
So I'd like to give a little bit of feedback. So on the hours of operation, it is our intent that it is 24/7. It should not be 8 to 5. If that's listed somewhere, that's in error. It should be 24/7. So this would apply on weekends. This would apply overnight. If we have concern that people charge overnight and just leave their car there, this would address that sort of thing after 4 hours, right? Now on the $1 versus $5 or something in between, council does have flexibility here. That was one of the things we wanted to make sure everyone understood, is as long as we stay within cost recovery guidelines, and then we stay out of what gets into parking fine guidelines. And this gets a little bit, we have to be careful, because if, let's say, somebody left their car there a full day and I'll just use $5, it'd be $120, and that starts to look like a parking fine. And there's a different set of rules for that. I hate to get bureaucratic, but there's a little bit of a different set of rules, and we're not proposing a fine. So when it's punitive, it becomes more of a fine, versus if we're charging this dollar fee because the reason is we want the machines to be freed up so that other users can take them and use them. We don't want, we want the resources to get used by as many people as possible. That's really what we're trying to do. But if we get into punishment mode, it gets a little bit different. So just a recommendation from me would be you could start at $1 or $2, something. But before we go that high, we should at least see what the impact is if people are, if the 25 cents per hour, per kilowatt hour, and the dollar is enough to solve the problem, or $2 is enough to solve the problem, then, we're probably okay. If we're seeing, no, people don't, it's not bothering them, then we're not really getting punitive. We're saying, well, clearly $2, it's worth at least that to the people. Well, we can raise it to $3. People are paying it willingly. This is fine. That's okay. And I apologize for being, it's just, I just want to avoid getting into the fine situation, because that's a separate thing.
And my goal isn't like for income generation at all. Like, my vision is that people will just keep opening it up so someone else can come. So it just encourages you to move your car, so that other people can use it.
Understood. Yeah, that was the intent of the $1. But again, if council would like to go, $2 or even $3, I think that would be fine. I would just caution against going too high, or the person who does stay there for 2 days and they get hit with a $240 bill may come back and say that this is something different than EV charging. That would be the caution. So in a reason to maybe start a bit lower and see what happens.
So then what are our recourse? And if someone stays there for 2 days, then you don't want to give them a ticket for everything, but they're not following the rules. I'm a rule follower.
Yeah.
So I'm very black and white. So how do we do it so that it doesn't seem like it's punitive, but we want them to respect the rules?
We do. And I'm sorry, I think Councilmember Rary may wanted to respond. I'll sit back, and if you have specific questions for me, I'll jump in on that.
Or no, my question on there was, at nighttime, are you gonna, let's say somebody comes in and finally gets on the charger at midnight because somebody else was there from 8 to 11:59, they get on at midnight, so they're supposed to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and go down there and pick up their car. So Will's got his hands up. And I did think that there was something that said 8 to 5 for those 4-hour things, and I think the rest of it didn't include that. Is that right, Will?
No, as far as I know, there wasn't anything limiting it to the number of hours or from the time. We can set it up. I spoke with ChargePoint, and we can set it up pretty much any way we want. If they stay for 2 days and we have $1 an hour, $5 an hour, whatever it may be, they get one time to call in and dispute it and get that charge reversed for that long stay. We can also set it up to where we have a limit. So once it hits, if we wanted to go with the $5 or $2 or whatever, we can set it up to say after 20 hours, it's no longer gonna charge them, which may defeat the purpose of it, but that just prevents them from getting those punitive type charges on there. So that's just some extra things that you can consider when you decide what you want to do.
If there are no further clarifying, sorry, Alexis.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Rary's question about the RGMP fee. So that fee is for the application submittal. That is the charge to submit an application to participate in a program. It's not a per unit amount.
Thank you. If there are no further clarifying questions of staff, at this time, I will now open the public hearing, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I'll go ahead and share the timer screen. I do have 2 hands raised. I'll start with Rod, followed by Carolina Villaseca. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah. As it happens, you guys know I'm kind of an electric car guy, and I've been using the chargers at City Hall. Used to use them anytime I'd come down for a meeting until we started going to virtual meetings. So I can tell you how ChargePoint works. You have to use those chargers that we have at City Hall. You have to have a ChargePoint account set up on your cell phone. It's tap to pay basically. And it's in tap pay even though the charge is zero, which is kind of interesting. But if you get set up in ChargePoint, you have to make a $10 deposit, and then they charge your charging fee against that $10, and you have to keep refreshing it. So you've always got a balance with ChargePoint. So it's not a credit card transaction at that point in time. You're preloaded in ChargePoint. So for that reason, you're kind of doing me a favor by charging me now for it, because I can come down there and get rid of the $10 that I've got in ChargePoint. So that's good. But that ChargePoint would be able to monitor and charge people for staying too long. Keep in mind, though, they can only do that if they in place have a ChargePoint account. If somebody is just blocking the charger, then you would need enforcement to come by and ticket that person for illegally parking in front of a charger with a car that doesn't charge. So yeah, but I think it's well past time that you started charging for it. People need to start charging more for electricity. As far as the fine, I would also suggest that you look into, I do know that Tesla, for instance, charges a fine for people that sit on the charger after they've completed charging. So it's not something that's new or something that people consider especially punitive. I mean, online, you could rack up a pretty big charge, but I would suggest to staff they look into what common practices are, and I could probably help with that if anybody wanted to ask me. But at any rate, it's not something unusual to do. It is something that people are kind of coming to expect now, A, to pay for their charge, and B, to move off, or the charger is in a high end area. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Filiseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My comment has to do with the apartment program. I've talked to, so just so you know, I am bilingual, and I do end up getting tapped left and right to help at schools. A parent comes in and they can't talk to the principal. The principal's not bilingual, so I step in anytime I'm needed. A lot of these parents rely on the rental, a reasonable rental. And if we start increasing the rent, understand that their salaries or their hourly rate is not catching up with that rent, including the cost of living. So because companies just do not give hourly rate increases that go with the amount that groceries have gone up, and gas, thank God, is coming back down. But we have to be very cognizant of the fact that we go from affordable rentals to like the apartment complex across the street from Pioneer, that's $3,000 a month for a unit. So if we elevate these families out of their affordable rental, where are they going to go? Because we don't have any midpoint at this point. There are no apartments that would kind of slide in to, yay, you graduated into a different type of apartment from here, have some assistance. So yeah, I would strongly suggest that if we don't have to raise the rent or charge new families for those two houses a higher rate, I would suggest that if we don't need to, that we absolutely don't. As for the charging cars, I will tell you that when John's ice cream went from $1 a scoop to $1.25 a scoop, it was a shock. People were like, what? It's been $1 for I don't know how many years, at least as long as I've lived here. And it went up to $1.25, which is not an unreasonable raise. It's a scoop of ice cream for $1.25, but people lost their minds. So just remember that when you're going from free to charging, you're going to have to remind people, hey, by the way, this is becoming a charge and you're going to have to pay. over and over and over again, so that when people go there and they plug in their car and they get charged, they don't go through the same outrage of sticker shock, which $1 an hour for 4 hours, $1 an hour is just not a whole lot. But I guarantee you, you will get comments. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
All right, great, thank you. 2 points I want to make. One, I'm really torn about. The other one, not so much. The sticking around and charging and overcharging, and should there be a fee or a fine? Council Member Rary mentioned that, if somebody stays 2 hours too long in regular parking, they're going to get dinged $38. The purpose of those fines was to keep room for others to park. And if they wanted to overstay their welcome, well, then they had to pay the price. I am not really seeing a difference between the purpose of parking and parking fees or tickets or whatever with EVs, and they stay well over. Again, Council Member Rary mentioned, and this may be possible. I don't have an EV, but it may be possible that there are people just sitting there waiting. And if you think about how long you stay behind a gas line and you see the person just sitting there and talking on the phone and texting, and the gas is filled up and they're still sitting there and they're still texting and you're waiting in line, would we be as comfortable with that? That's the one that's easy. The one that's tough is the rental. Reason it's tough, I was born poor. My mom was on AFDC and Section 8. So from a standpoint of helping those who need help, I truly understand that. Then you look at those who just miss the being helped threshold, and they just caught a bad break because they're making $5 an hour more or $2 an hour more. What is fair? I really wish I had the answer to that, but since it is open tonight for discussion, I hope that is taken into consideration that yes, housing and rent is expensive. It's expensive for everybody. And it's not so much the people who are obviously in need. It's the ones that are just on either side, because that makes a difference between living here and not living here. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no additional hands raised.
Thank you. If there are no further speakers, then at this time, I'll need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Oh, second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Rary.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, Councilmember Mendez.
On the app, I'm sure there's a way we can work with the vendor to send a message to anyone who's used that charger in like the last month. There's probably a message center. So when it comes to notification, I think the signs are great, but maybe if we could explore if sending a message to anyone who's used it within a certain period, whatever you guys think is appropriate, that might help just educate some people on what's going on. I wanted to do $5, but I think maybe $3 an hour would be fine. And then we could see if it's, like you said, we can assess it later on. Is it deterring people from just sitting there? I can remember one night I came out and there was a guy just standing there with his car playing the violin because it's good acoustics down there. So people do go down there. And then I am one for saying we don't charge a higher rent to those families, those two families that are going to be fortunate enough to rent a place. Let's keep the rent the same. I am a strong believer in affordable housing, and this should not be any kind of profit generator at all. Like, I hope down the road we can actually not, because we're going to run out of in lieu fees, so we could just subsidize all of our affordable housing just from our general fund. Would be my dream come true, is that we as a city take care of our own. So I would like to not raise the rents. And those are kind of where I am. Oh, and then 24/7, which they said it's 24/7 on the charging stations, 4 hours. And that's it.
Thank you. Council Member Rary.
So our packet does say that it is a 4-hour, currently the signage says there's a 4-hour maximum parking charging time between the business hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. and a maximum of 8 hours at all other times. So that is what it currently is. So then the supercharge fee by Tesla. So Tesla, if you're supercharging it, an alert goes out to let the electric vehicle owner know that their charge is nearly complete, and again, once fully charged. So they would get a notice, and I don't know if that's something that ours could do as well, but to let them know when it's almost complete and when it is fully charged. Now they charge if it's not 100% full at all the charging stations are not 100% full, they get 50 cents per minute. And if it's 100% occupied, all of them, then it's $1 a minute. If they come within 5 minutes, that's all waived. But they're charging, so that would be, at a minute, that's $60 an hour. They're saying being charged if there's 100% there. So as for me, I would like to keep the 8 to 5 at the 4 hours and 8 hours everywhere else, all other hours, in order to accommodate people who come at midnight and charge theirs in, so they don't have to come back at 4 o'clock in the morning to remove it. I also agree that we should not raise the rents anywhere across the board, because gas has gone up and groceries have gone up and everything has gone up. So PG&E during the summer, people's rates are going up higher. So I think for now, I just keep it all even, no matter if you're new or an existing. It is difficult when you need the affordable housing, you need the affordable housing, and this will help make ends meet at least through this year. The other thing is, I think we should look at, and I'm sorry, Alexis, when you came on, I thought you were responding to me regarding the EV station, and I didn't fully. If you could explain what you had to say about the RGMP, I greatly appreciate it.
No problem. So the RGMP fee that you were looking at earlier is per application. So that is the fee charged to submit the application to the city. It's not calculated per unit.
Okay, so it's per application. And so when you were, so I was thinking, well, that had to do with the EV, and okay, that kind of made sense. And anyway, so that's why anyway, my mind was on a different subject. Thank you for that. I do think that we should look into reestablishing that if we can. I think that should be part of the motion to reestablish that fee. It will help with infrastructure that's directly related to to job creation. And not only that, as while it said it had roads in there, it had schools in there, it had what was the other thing? I think wet utilities, or maybe it was dry utilities. Anyway, it had all of those things, a whole bunch of different things in there that those funds can be used for. And as we know, as these more people come in, this may be a way for us to help build schools, or at least help supplement it in some way. Once we get our PA1 finished being built, we would use it first there and then use the rest for schools, or set aside a little bit from each one for each. I think that's a discussion that the council can have at a different time, but it will help us with building the roads for the commercial part of PA1. And that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. My 2 cents. Definitely do not want to raise the affordable housing rents, nor do I want to charge incoming families anymore. They're facing the same hardships that our existing affordable rents families are facing. So I would rather not do that either, especially because we can sustain what that looks like. Regarding the overnight for the EV stations, do we have any kind of, do we keep record of like who complains when? Like, do we know if we're having less of a problem overnight?
What I can tell you is the software that we have for this, there's a feedback section and it's mentioned in there. That's the only one that I'm aware of. There may be others. I know I've overheard people talking about it, stating that, there's no stations. I do try to monitor them about quarterly, and I can see like the amount of time people are staying. And there's definitely people staying there for days, usually overnight on the weekends. Excuse me. So we can monitor all that. We can pull reports. We can see if it's unique visitors versus regular visitors. Doesn't tell you exactly, it doesn't tell you who it is, but it tells you what type of car and if it's a unique visitor or if it's a repeat customer, things like that.
Okay. I mean, I get where Councilmember Rary is going with this. I think the idea of having to get up out of bed at 4 a.m. to go and do that. But I don't know if it's going to be that big of an issue if we're only charging $2 or $3 an hour after that. If we did adopt some sort of an overnight, free time, maybe it could be something more like midnight to 4 or midnight to 6 or something like that. So like we go beyond the 4 hours during this period, like it would have to be midnight to 6, for example. I don't know. I'm not opposed to doing that. I just would like to know what that would look like a little bit more. Thanks.
Tim?
I think it should be fully expected that if you go from a free or subsidized parking garage EV charging station to charging any amount, that will taper off any of the interest overnight. So I think it's going to take care of itself. And what we can do is if you authorize what we've recommended tonight, we can pilot it for the next few months and bring it back and show you some actual statistics. How has it changed the charging patrons' behavior? Is it working as you've envisioned it? And give you some more feedback. Some of this is speculation until we really implement this and see how it works.
That's Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, I also agree with council in regards to the rental program. It sounds like we've got 2 homes that are vacant right now. There's going to be new people going in there, new families actually, and increasing the rent on them when I just don't see that. I mean, that wouldn't be good, right? So yeah, I totally agree with council. I think that, in repeating what the city manager just said in regards to a pilot program, I would love to see it be in pilot first, maybe what we're doing now, currently what we have, just to see where we're at. I mean, it could be for 3 months or 6 months, and then coming back and letting the council know what was the impact in regards to that evaluation, and either we increase it more or leave it where it's at. I mean, that's something to discuss, but I really believe that a pilot would be a great opportunity to really evaluate that. So, and like I said, I agree with council in regards to the rental program. Thank you. Affordable housing.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I think I'm somewhere in the middle of, Councilmember Meyer and Councilmember Rary. The nighttime, like, I wanted 24 hours, but some not overnight, but I think maybe like an 11 to 6, a 12 to 6 would be good, where we don't enforce the 4 hours. I think in my one-on-one, someone said that people do come at night and like switch out their cars at night. So, I mean, it is happening. People are using it all the time. And I think the 3 hours, I mean, I know the people that I talk to, it is, I think, a $5 an hour charge for the parking after that. That's why I suggested 5, but the 3 would be fine. And I think that could be our pilot, the $3, and then maybe an 11 or midnight to 6 a.m. Especially because you kind of want them gone by a certain time. I know employees flex. So, I mean, even city employees might get there early and want to charge or whatever. But, so yeah, that's kind of my thing. I don't know if we're ready to make a motion on it or not.
Before we I request a motion, I do have a question for staff. One of the callers had alluded to a circumstance that someone would charge their vehicle and then leave it unplugged in that blocking that bay. How do we address that potential if it occurs?
I think as we've outlined, the app kind of governs how much they're being charged and knows how long they've been there. If they unplug and stay in that stall, that would then rely on the manual enforcement of our security officer or police department to go monitor it. And that, again, has not been a top priority. Again, we're giving away our secrets to the public, but that would be something that would be a way to escape paying this. So we don't want to emphasize that probably.
Councilmember Mendoza. Oh, you still have your hand up.
Sorry, I said, but I mean, I'm ready to make a motion if y'all are ready. I mean, unless Councilmember Rary, Vice Mayor Meyer have any other comments about
just the RGMP.
So we want to add that to reinstate our PMG.
To see if, to look into the program.
Hold on, Damien's up.
We can still do it.
And if I may just chime in, I think Councilmember Rary just answered what I was going to say. The council at this meeting can't reinstate the RGMP program, but certainly as it is one of your fees, you could request that staff look into the RGMP program and see whether or not it could be reinstated. As was stated earlier, the laws have certainly changed since 2011. And so we'd want to look at that. And it may be a much more extensive process and a much more time-consuming process than just being able to get you an answer at the next meeting. It will take some time.
Okay. Sounds good. So as detailed in the staff report, adopt the fiscal year 22-23 cost allocation plan and the schedule of city fees, and ask staff to amend the plan to include electric vehicle charging at the 25 cents, parking at $3 over 4 hours, with an exemption from, we should say 11 to 6 a.m. And then also our affordable housing rents to stay the same even for new inventory that comes on, and reinstate RGPM if allowable once staff does research. Did I capture everything?
The only thing I would, if I may, before a second is made with regard to the RGMP, it would just be asking staff to look into whether or not the RGMP could be reestablished, not having it reestablished after they look into it.
So looking into the possibility of reestablishing RGMP and coming back to council to see if they would like to establish at that moment, at that point in time.
That's correct. And Councilmember Mendoza, I don't know if you said the credit card processing fees, but that was another part of the.
Yes, and credit card processing fees as discussed.
And before we go for a vote or even a second, I did want to bring up one thing, and that was by establishing a free zone between 12 and 6, anybody who has parked there, the reason why I was mentioning the 8-hour period is because then it would kick in a fine. So let's say somebody has already parked there for 4 hours at 11 o'clock. If they stayed there another 4 hours, they are now into an 8-hour, they would then start getting the 8-hour fine.
I'm confused by that.
So previously or currently, it's established at 4 hours between the hours of 8 and 5,
Mhm.
8 hours any other time of the day.
Yes.
So I'm just concerned that somebody coming, at 7 o'clock at night, park their car and then there till 6 in the morning the next day, or till 7 the next morning, because then they wouldn't get fined.
And, or are you going to?
So I wanted it 24/7. Does doing it 24/7 allow for that?
So if you're talking about, Carrie kind of highlighted this a little bit, but Proposition 26 is what is the state law now that governs how public agencies, so Tesla can charge whatever they want as a penalty, right? Public agencies are more limited. We're talking about fees. If we're talking about fines, there's a different methodology for computing that. And Nexus studies required all those kinds of things to compute fines because it's tied to, and just as an example, you mentioned the parking fine in the garage of $38. There's probably a Nexus study that showed the time of the enforcement officer going to assess the fine. And so it's just a different methodology. So if you keep it at $3 and you keep it simple, we avoid complicating with Proposition 26 implications.
So just $3 24/7, is that easiest for you?
Easiest, but if we can even do something that's 8 hours, 12 to 11 to 6 or whatever, and without complicating the becoming from a fee to a fine, then it becomes easier to implement.
Okay, so what you just said, the 11 to 6.
Because we can just program the software to reflect the hours of when things would implement the fee.
Yes,
but it's just
the fee
triggers the fine, right?
So it's not going to implement the fee from 11 to 6. Is that correct? Is that where we're going, Councilmember Rary?
But as I said, it does now. Do you get somebody who comes in at 7 o'clock and stays there till 4, and now there's no fee for the next, or it stays there till 11, but then stays all night because they parked there 4 hours. So the rest of the night they get for free.
Is there any way to avoid that?
Yeah, I think no matter what time you stop.
That was
that's
why I
the way.
was saying, between the hours of 11 and 6 to at 8 hours that they.
Okay, so then
fine.
So from 6 to 11, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., it's 4 hours. And then from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., it's 8 hours. That's what you're looking for.
That's 7 hours.
Oh, well then, yeah, then we would do 10 to 6. 10 to 6.
But it would kick in that on their 8th hour, they would start being charged.
And is this something we can actually pull off?
Yeah, if that's something we can actually.
Yeah.
I could still go 24 hours.
I could go 24 hours too. I just think that'd be easier to administer. And then if there's a problem, staff can come back and say, this is how it's being interpreted. We can't do 24 hours.
After we do our 3-month evaluation.
Yeah. So we'll evaluate for 3 months, how it's working at 24 hours, $3 after 4 hours.
All right. I'll second your motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. A roll call vote, please.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, before we take the roll call vote, can I just confirm that finance staff understands the motion? I think they do, but I just want to make sure that they're okay with it. A lot of things were said towards the end. I want to make sure that there's an understanding of it.
Thanks, Damian. If I understood it correct, we were going to go with essentially the staff recommendation only. We're going to change the dollar to $3. Is that where we ended?
For the EV fees, I believe that's where it was ended.
And everything else I understood. It was just the EV thing. So that changed at the end. So if it was the 25 cents per kilowatt hour, and then after 4 hours, it becomes a $3 per hour charge. And we are to report back. I think this is part of the motion, was report back in 3 months, how it's going.
Yeah. And if it's crazy and you have recommendations to update it based on behavior, so we can do that.
And just to clarify, once we implement the program, this may take a few weeks or month to give proper notification to the users and then launch it, and then 3 months of actual data once we've implemented.
Yeah.
Not 2 months from today.
And just to wrap that up, no rental increases for new tenants, and then also the staff recommendation on credit card fees. All right, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, we are moving into item D1, business items. Item D1 pertains to an urgency ordinance related to new tobacco smoke shops. Alexis Morris and Planning Manager Eric Nothenius will present on the item. Turn it to you, Alexis and Eric.
So much. I don't see Eric promoted yet, but this is a council requested item that we're bringing forth. There he is, forward tonight, and Eric has a presentation for you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am here. Thanks for your patience as I was being promoted. I know it's been a long night so far, and you have some more stuff to get to after this. So I do have a presentation. I'll keep it as brief as I possibly can. So I'm going to share my screen here. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So start just with a little bit of background. On June 1st, the council unanimously voted to have staff prepare an interim moratorium on new tobacco smoke shops that sell products for offsite use, while at the same time continuing to research the viability of a future ordinance that would regulate tobacco sales. At that time, the council recognized that there are significant effects on the community that can only be addressed by suspending approvals of new tobacco smoke shops. This does provide staff with adequate time to study and analyze whatever additional regulatory measures are available for that long-term solution. And that would include, but not be limited to, measures that may extend up to full prohibition on all retail tobacco smoke shops. And just for context, this type of use is currently and has been over the years considered to be general retail in the zoning ordinance, which means basically that it's permitted in any zoning district by right that allows general retail. Also want to make sure the council was aware that there are no pending applications or associated land use entitlements for tobacco smoke shops that are currently being processed by staff. And I won't read this word for word, but I wanted to have this up on the screen so people could see it. It's included in the staff report and in the draft interim urgency moratorium, and it's the definition for tobacco smoke shop. And I'm just going to summarize it quickly, but it's basically a retailer whose primary purpose is the sale of smoking and or tobacco products. And it lists certain kinds that devotes more than 15% of its total floor area to those kinds of products, or includes a certain area, and it's a 2 foot by 4 foot area, basically of shelf space for display of those kinds of products. There are a couple of caveats in terms of things that would be exempt, such as grocery stores, supermarkets, or convenience stores. And then this is the last slide, and it's just basically summarizing what the effect of this urgency ordinance, what this urgency ordinance would result in, and that is no permit, license, or entitlement for any new tobacco smoke shop would be allowed during the moratorium. Existing tobacco smoke shops would be permitted to apply for renewals of existing entitlements during this period, which would also be subject to approval or denial under existing standards. The city would reserve the right to suspend or revoke any existing permit, license, or entitlement, again, under these existing standards. And since it's an urgency ordinance, it does require a 4/5 vote of the council in order to be adopted. If it's adopted, the moratorium would be in effect for a period of 45 days. The council could then hold an additional public hearing to extend that moratorium for 10 months and 15 days. And at this point in time, staff's looking at bringing it back to the council at the last meeting in October which is the 25th, about 4 weeks from tonight. And because there is no active or pending permit or entitlement applications relating to proposed tobacco smoke shops, the moratorium wouldn't have any immediate or anticipated effect on private property or development rights. That concludes staff's presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I know that Katie is on the line as well, and she had a hand in developing the staff report and the ordinance. So depending on the type of question, I may refer it to her as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Are there any questions of staff from council at this time? Clarifying questions? Seeing none, we will move into public comments. I'll turn to you, Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I am going to go ahead and share my speaker screen. And I do have one call-in person who'd like to speak. I'm going to go ahead and ask Norma to unmute. Norma, are you able to unmute?
I'm here.
Yes, go ahead.
It keeps telling me to press the button. Okay, goes like this. This talks about a moratorium on the existing license in the city of Brentwood. At the same time, it goes on to say prohibition on all tobacco stores, which really, in my opinion, would be against the law.
Having hard time hearing her.
Norma, are you able to speak directly into the phone? We're unable to hear you clearly.
It's another place. And then you tell me if you can hear me. How can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
It's a little bit better if you could just speak directly into the phone.
Okay, I will try.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Norma, I'm going to move on to the next speaker. I'll come back to you.
What's that?
I'm going to move on to the
Still
next
can't
speaker. I'll come back to you.
Because you can't hear me. Okay, fine. Fine.
The next speaker is Danny Dorman, followed by Carolina Villaseca. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I guess in my old age, I'm becoming more and more of a libertarian, if that is the actual right definition. I don't smoke. I choose not to smoke, but there isn't a prohibition on smoking. And so if there is an opportunity for a business, albeit one that might not sit well with the public at large, I guess it's the old saying, well, if it's not hurting anybody. And then, of course, as I say that, there'll be people who say secondhand smoke and everything else. But cigarettes are sold in our city. They're sold at grocery stores. They're sold at liquor stores. So if we are already selling tobacco products or have the ability to sell tobacco products, then we should allow this. And if people want to smoke and they want to cut short their lives and all that other stuff, I say go for it. Again, I know this is not a popular decision, but if we're willing to give latitude to those that are drug abusers and provide them with needles and protection and everything else, and those are certainly prohibited items. If we're willing to do that, then we should be able to be open-minded enough for those who wish to smoke. Again, it's not illegal. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca, followed by Rod. And then we'll go back to Norma. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, good evening again, City Council. I just did a quick look on my phone and we have 10 smoke shops in the city of Brentwood. And I'll tell you why I support the moratorium. I have 2 kids in junior high and we frequent downtown. My husband and I like to, you know, cut a rug. And so we go out on weekends and we're out and about town. And as a mom, it is extremely distressing to me to see kids outside the junior high vaping and smoking, and kids, I'm talking kids, I'm not talking like young adults, and you know, who have graduated high school and are now considered quote unquote adults. I'm talking like 12-year-olds vaping away, high school students smoking. Obviously they're getting those vaping things that have to be charged from somewhere, and the cigarettes from somewhere. I certainly hope their parents aren't the ones providing this material, but we don't need more. 10 is a lot, and that doesn't include the gas stations that aren't classified as a smoke shop, but they do sell cigarettes and paraphernalia, and then the grocery stores, those are not classified as a smoke shop that sell paraphernalia and cigarettes. So, you know, we have a lot more than 10 when you look at it. I mean, how much more do we need in a city that is just not, I mean, it's 65,000 people, but the percentage of people smoking every year is dropping. So unless the people that are left are going to really take up their consumption, I don't see these existing entities thriving in the future. So I don't know why we need to add more. This is not something that is helpful. I know the revenue is delicious, but the end result of what happens when people start doing this is really bad. I've seen people with the trachea device so that they can talk, and people who have died of lung cancer. It's not pretty. It's a very painful way to go. Lives cut short. So yeah, no, a moratorium, I'm good with this. I'm actually good with this. Kids don't need access to this stuff. They really don't. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod, followed by Norma. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'll be brief. I don't see this as any kind of an infringement on somebody's right to smoke or purchase cigarettes. And people have many opportunities in this town to do that. As was just mentioned, there's like 10 smoke shops, and all the, unfortunately, pharmacies still do it. Props to CVS for not doing it anymore, I believe. They can go to the grocery store. So this isn't about that. This is about a certain type of business that we have too much of in this town, and we want to be able to regulate so that we don't get too much of one thing. And in particular, this product is deadly. Cigarettes, the only legal product I know of that will kill you if used properly. So and again, people see their children seem to be accessing these shops and getting things that they are not entitled to because they're not of age. So yeah, I get, you know, the libertarian impulse. I'm not unsympathetic to that. I believe people do have a right to do what they want to their own bodies if they're not doing it to anybody else. But this is not about not smoking. This is about, you know, not having these shops. And I see no reason why we need more of them, certainly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we'll go back to Norma now. Norma, can you unmute? Norma, are you able to unmute? Norma? I believe Norma's trying to unmute. Norma,
I'm
go ahead.
unmuted.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. All right. This issue isn't about the new stores. This is about how it's going to affect the existing stores. And the way it is written, that the new stores, it may be illegal in the city of Brentwood in order for them to sell any tobacco products, not new stores. It talks about not just the moratorium, but getting rid of the stores, period. Now, you have to remember, each business, that's their retirement. They have invested in a business. If they cannot sell their store, if they cannot move to another area in the town, if you're restricting their business licensing, a lot of times shopping centers close down, or the rent goes up too high, or they have a disagreement with the landlord and they want to move. Does that affect that? Does it affect if they were to die? Could they leave their business to their family because that is their investment? That is their retirement. What happens then? Can they sell their existing business to somebody else? If you're actually saying there are no new licenses now and maybe in the future. The cigarette stores, it is a responsibility. If you see something wrong there, you're supposed to ticket them. And it's up to the parents to make sure what their kids do and don't do. That's their responsibility. And to code enforcement, to the police department. But there is a tax base that comes from these stores. And they're all legal stores in the state of California and federal. And for some reason, it looks like somebody throughout the nation right now has a boner for cigarette stores, that it's okay for marijuana. Nobody's saying anything about that. And that is my qualm. At the same time, do you realize the tax base you will be losing in this? There's money involved here too. And also stores that people shop that are in the vicinity, because that's how we plan communities. We plan them based on, you get to shop at the store, and next door you got a cleaners, and you got a tobacco shop, you got a liquor store. You would be causing people to have to leave the city during this time when gas prices are so high. You also have people that are handicapped that purposely live in the area so they can walk to the businesses. This is a burden, and I wish that you really look into the concept.
The speaker's timer had expired. I have an additional hand raised, Myra Lopez. Myra, go ahead.
Good evening again, Mayor Bryant and honorable council members. My name is Maya Lopez. I'm the project director for Contra Costa Health Services Tobacco Prevention Program. Issuing and establishing this moratorium in Brentwood is a significant step forward to deter youth vaping and tobacco use. In Brentwood, the Liberty Union School District's 2020-2021 California Healthy Kids Survey showed that 1 in 4 11th grade Liberty Union students reported ever having vaped, and 45% reported it was fairly or very easy to obtain vape products. The city of Brentwood has 39 retailers total, and some of them are located within walking distance of a local school and other youth-sensitive areas. With about 30% of Brentwood residents under the age of 21, youth and young adults are exposed to predatory tobacco marketing walking home from school. Additionally, a different study found that low levels of tobacco retailer density and decreased proximity to tobacco retailers is associated with lower use of tobacco products. In 2017, Contra Costa County adopted the tobacco retailer zoning restriction to prohibit new tobacco retailers from being established within these youth-sensitive areas and prohibit new tobacco stores from opening within 500 feet of other tobacco stores. Additionally, the sale of all flavored tobacco products, including menthol cigarettes, was prohibited from being sold near youth-sensitive areas. And in 2019, one of the amendments to the tobacco ordinance was to expand the existing flavor ban to all tobacco retailers in unincorporated county to make it more equitable for all the retailers. It is important to keep in mind that in order for the adopted policy to be effective, it also needs to be enforced appropriately. The county's ordinance does have an annual fee that gets put towards the enforcement of the ordinance. The county's tobacco retail policy is comprehensive and is a model policy throughout the Bay Area and throughout the rest of the state. The Tobacco Prevention Program is a resource, and we are readily available to share all the materials and best practices that we have utilized here in unincorporated county and share with the rest of the cities in Contra Costa. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. This time we will close public comment. Is there any further council discussion? Council Member Mendoza.
Miss Myra Lopez is on right now, and I don't know if you recall, Mayor, but we were on a call with the Mayor's Conference where Miss Lopez presented, and we as a city actually have some of the most lax tobacco rules when it comes to our zoning and what we allow, what we don't allow. Even with this emergency ordinance, we're still going to be one of the most lax. I know people talk about tax base, but the mental and physical health of the kids in our city, to me, is more important than making a buck off of them being exposed to tobacco. So, I mean, when it comes to tax base, I know we need the money, but I'm not willing to to worry about that as long as I'm keeping the kids base safe. Marijuana, we don't allow marijuana in our city limits. I mean, that's been around forever before us. So, I mean, before me. So we don't allow it. I think Norma mentioned the marijuana is legal and it's still available. It's not like it's not going to be available. It's again, a lot of the gas stations, we have some smoke shops. Those are all going to stay. It's any new shops. And I think the reason we brought this forward is because our neighboring city, Antioch, is going to not allow smoke shops anymore. So what's going to happen, like Norma said, when they can't have that shop, they're going to move to another area and they're going to move. Some of them will move to Brentwood. So I think it's important that we get ahead of that. And that's why it's come forward. I mean, we brought it for a long time ago. I know some people are going to complain about the money of emergency ordinances, but I can't remember how many months ago we brought this. So it's not like we wanted it done. No, it didn't happen overnight, but it's what we got to do. And that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out per the staff report that PD 55 zone is mentioned as being generally located east of the Sand Creek Road and Brentwood Boulevard intersection, which also happens to be a lot of our lower income residents. And I wish there was a case study that demonstrated how tobacco products accessibility to youth growing up in lower income areas was more of a significant connection. I feel like there is a connection. I feel like this is definitely something where we need to take a stand and protect the youth in that part of the city, because I think there are higher risks when it comes to that. And it says in the staff report, it also said there are specific community concerns regarding the impact these uses have on the community, including neighborhood safety, effects on minors, noise, location near sensitive uses, and other public health impacts. And I feel like there have been ways that our neighbors in that section of town have been underserved. And I feel pretty strongly that we need to make sure they're protected in this way. So I'm in support of this moratorium. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Rary.
I have a question of staff before I move on. In the agenda packet, it does say no new permit license or entitlement for any new tobacco smoke shop within the city would be allowed during the moratorium. But existing tobacco shops would be permitted to existing, I'm sorry, not but existing tobacco shops would be permitted to apply for renewals of existing entitlements during the moratorium, which would be subject to approval or denial under existing standards. The city would also reserve the right to suspend or revoke any existing permit, license, or entitlement of tobacco smoke shops under existing standards. So to staff, how many of the 10 that are listed in our staff report have applied for renewal of their existing entitlements?
Councilmember Rare, I'm not sure exactly how many, and I think when we mention entitlements in the staff report, I'm not aware that any of the existing businesses were approved by way of a use permit, because again, traditionally over time, they've been considered to be retail uses which were permitted. So they basically just have business licenses. I think that's the renewal that we'd be talking about, and those are renewed annually.
Okay.
So, and I don't know what the time frame is for the 10. I'm sure they came in at different times during the year, so they're renewed at different times. But those would be the things that would be renewed while the moratorium's in place.
And what would prevent them? What types of things might they be refused their license?
Yeah, I mean, the license is basically an application. It's a tax, it's a fee, right? So if they didn't pay the proper fee, or they didn't check all the boxes on the application form, it'd be something pretty basic. The only reason they'd be denied.
Okay. All right. So right now, none of them are in danger of being closed. We're not stopping cigarette sales in stores or gas stations, grocery stores or gas stations, although some grocery stores have stopped carrying them altogether. I believe Safeway, it's been quite a few years since they carried them. I don't know that Rayleigh's carries them either. They do sell them, I think, at Food Max. So the only thing that this is only going to be covering new shops then, to clarify for the public, since the woman had said that it included the existing shops, that we'd be closing those down as well. So I believe this is important, and my husband smokes. Costs a lot of money these days. I thought when it would go up $5 a pack, he'd quit smoking, and what is it, almost $10 a pack now. It hasn't put a dent in his smoking, unfortunately. But I also know that I've seen kids, I'm on a walking path for the high school and middle school students come in, and I do see vapes with them. And so not giving them even more of an option to go out there and get a vape, or to purchase the flavored, more places for them to purchase the flavored vape fluids. It'll help. I mean, they're mostly along Brentwood Boulevard, looks like, some along Lone Tree, and one on Balfour Road. So it is, I mean, even from my house, it's a distance for any kid who needs it to get down to those areas. Almost 3 to 4 miles to get to some of them. So by not allowing it in other places of the town as well, I think we're moving in the right direction. So that are my comments from it. And oops, I have lost. There you guys are.
Do you want to make the motion, or?
Do I have a motion? I have to say I agree with all the comments that have already been made.
I'll make the motion as detailed in the staff report, adopt an urgency ordinance to implement a moratorium on the approval of any new tobacco smoke shops.
I'd like to second.
Okay, Margaret.
I'll read the ordinance title and then I will call the vote. An interim urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood implementing a moratorium on the issuance of any new permit, license, or entitlement for any new tobacco smoke shop in the City of Brentwood pending completion of a comprehensive review of the city's zoning ordinance and finding the action exempt from CEQA. Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, moving into item D2. Item D2 pertains to amending the city attorney employment agreement. And Sakari Bashirs will present the staff report. Outside counsel Tim Davis is also available if needed. Sakari.
And Mr. Mayor, before Sakari gives a report on this item, I will be recusing myself and will be stepping away by muting my microphone and turning my video off.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. The item before you tonight for consideration is the Fourth Amendment to the June 27th, 2017 amended City Attorney Agreement. This amendment includes a salary increase for the city attorney, similar to what management employees received in July of this year. And if approved, the increase will be effective prospectively. And I am available to answer any questions you may have. And also, as the mayor mentioned, Tim Davis, outside legal counsel, is also available.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will move into public comment. Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer expires. I do have one hand raised. I'll go ahead and share my screen and then call on Danny Dorman. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Boy, this is a long one. With respect to the recommendation, I would like to hear, maybe not the dollar amount necessarily, but how staff or the numbers work out, comparing it to what it is he does. For example, when we had this with the city manager, he received a 5% bump in his salary for doing absolutely nothing, but needing to be paid more than the next highest person in the city. So is this one of those circumstances as well, or is this something he actually has earned? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comment, move into council discussion. Further discussion from council? Seeing none, do I have a motion? Councilmember Rary.
So just to respond to Mr. Dorman, it is in the staff report, the amount of money that he received is a 3.25% increase. He has gone several years where he requested no salary increase whatsoever. In fact, told us he did not want a salary increase. So I myself have no problem with a 3.25%. It is the same that the non-sworn employees received, and he asked did not ask for any more than what they received.
Okay. If there's no further council discussion, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Do I need to do the full shebang on that?
it's there.
All right.
If you can't find it, I'll do it.
So as detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the mayor to sign the Fourth Amendment to the city attorney employment agreement, authorizing all associated follow-ups.
Second,
Follow-up steps.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Council Member Mendoza,
Yes.
Council Member Meyer,
yes.
Council Member Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye.
motion carries unanimous.
Okay, moving into item D3, pertains to municipal code amendments to increase city council monthly salaries. And Sakari Bashirs will present. Sakari.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is before you for your consideration. We have to bring back as part of the law, the California law that requires us to bring it back and to have approval by ordinance for the entire council. This back in July of this year, council asked staff to take a look at salaries and bring recommendations back. Staff came back in August and provided a couple of options for council to consider. One of the options was to go with the state minimum, which would be 5% that council can receive increase over each year, and the last time council received an increase was in 2014. Council opted for staff to bring back a recommendation to receive an increase similar to what the non-sworn employees have received. And therefore, the item before you tonight is and staff recommends that you approve the increase for the city council. This increase would go forward when the new council are seated. So that will be in December 2022. And I am available if there are any questions.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, we'll open public comment. Margaret.
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I do have 2 hands raised, Danny Dorman followed by Rod. I'll go ahead and share the timer screen. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Great, thank you. You guys don't get paid enough. So honestly, I think what you folks do, and I believe everyone in this town believes, is that your job is really a full-time job, that you do 88% voluntary and then the other 12% is the salary you get. So whatever raise is deemed, it still won't be enough. And go Giants.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I second that. The city council, I think people are not aware, gets something like $900 and something a month for what is a very taxing and responsible position that does require quite a bit of work. I think as we learned tonight, some of the prospective city council members haven't really taken in yet just exactly what they're letting themselves in for. They're not reading the full agenda packets. So I think this is an appropriate thing to do. There is no other way to accomplish it other than for the city council themselves to vote for it. I believe that's a state law at any rate. I don't see, there's just no other way to do it. This is the way to do it. You're gonna maybe get some criticism for giving yourselves a pay raise. But again, we know that 2 council members that are voting tonight will not even benefit from this pay raise because they're leaving at the end of their terms. So yeah, I think this is a totally appropriate thing. I wish it was more. Thank you.
There's no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments. Council Member Rary.
So I'm one of those council members who will not benefit from this, which is the reason why I brought it up. It's easier for somebody who's not going to be benefiting from it to make sure that the remaining council members do get a pay raise. It had been 8 years. And I wanted, you know, this job's a whole lot harder than you think it is when you're coming into it. You know, I saw something that the city manager said that, oh, we have an average of 250-page agendas, and if they're longer, they may be able to get out some of the document ahead of time. Nah, not really. You know, we had 1,029 or 1,039 page document that we got on Thursday night. In the last week, we generally only have 2 council meetings, but we've been getting a lot of special meetings that we've had to attend. And last week's special meeting, the document was over 800 pages with about the same amount of time to read that agenda item or that packet. And it's not just about reading it. It's not just about reading the staff report, because the staff report may give you a sum up of it, but without going further into it, you don't get all of the questions that you need to ask. People say, oh, those council members aren't reading it. They ask so many questions. No, we're reading it, and that's why we ask so many questions. And it takes time to formulate those questions and to send them off to staff. I try to get every question that I have out to staff ahead of time, because it doesn't do me any good, it doesn't do staff any good, and it doesn't do the public any good if I send them a question that they can't answer. We need to make informed decisions, and so we need to get those things out. And while I'd say that I like to try to get them out to them Monday, chances are I'm still reading and formulating things and sometimes not getting them till Tuesday. And so they don't have a whole lot of time to turn around and get it back to us. And then there's the events that we attend. And a lot of these are by choice. But if you are going to be an effective city council person, you're looking at 30 to 40 hours a week in your prep work, in your research work, and you know, the agendas and the different events that you need to attend. And that doesn't even include the committees that you're on. And each one of us are on at least 2 committees, some of us more so. The mayor has quite a few more than 2. I think 3, maybe 6 times that amount. Maybe not that many, but pretty close to it. That he attends as the mayor. So we put a lot of hours into it. I thoroughly enjoy the work. I'm not saying that I don't. I would have still done it for this amount if the pay raise didn't come through. But after 8 years, I think that the next council should have the benefit of getting a little bit extra money for the amount of hours that they take away from their family in order to do this. And that is why I requested it and was fortunate that the council agreed with me. And I wanted to also make sure that we didn't get a higher raise than what our staff got. Because for us to give ourselves a 5% raise, when they're, I mean, on an average, what did they say, 3% or something like that, that our average came out to? Because I know during the recession there, they were on a lean salary. And so our salary increase is based on those lean years of theirs as well. So that's what I had to say. And unless somebody else is going to comment, I would like to make the motion. As detailed in the staff report, introduce and waive first reading of an ordinance and amend the municipal code to increase city council monthly salaries.
We have a first,
I second.
second, Margaret.
I'll read the title of the ordinance followed by the roll call. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood amending Chapter 2.08 Mayor and Council Member Salaries and Benefits of the Brentwood Municipal Code to increase City Council monthly salaries. Council Member Mendoza,
Yes.
Council Member Meyer,
Yes.
Council Member Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye.
motion carries unanimous.
Okay, moving into item E1, request for future agenda items. If you have a new agenda item request, let me know.
I don't need to ask for the residential growth management program here. It was included as part of the motion for the cost analysis.
That's correct, Councilmember Rary.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I didn't need to ask for it here as well.
And I do have an item that came from the interagency meeting. And actually this came about when Councilmember Meyer brought mental health issues and, for our youth and what could we do? And after discussion, we said, we have an agency with the school districts and the junior college district and the police there. And like I said, so it was Susanna Meyer's agenda item that she had requested that we said, hold on a little bit. That's now driving this agenda item. We had a really good discussion at interagency. And what we found is that the schools really do have a lot of resources, and they've actually added headcount for mental health and things along that line. So they're doing a lot at their end. I know that I, as a parent, have been getting a lot of emails on sessions, and Volta and the board members all mentioned it. There's a lot of sessions that we as parents can now take. So it's not only for the kids, but it's us how to work with our kids. So that was great that there's resources. So, but then there was one thing that came out of it is that they want to work on somewhere where maybe we can host a page that maybe links to the school sites with all of their resources. So if you're, parent, you don't know where you go, maybe, kind of how we do for the unhoused or the senior page, maybe something like that, that links to the resources that are available at the county, at the school. And then the other thing we said is, we do a lot for little kids in Brentwood, including the movies in the park. We do a lot for our adults, the concerts in the park, and we have this missing middle of teenagers and young adults. So one of the agenda, and we had a lot of discussions, a lot of us are parents, and we said, okay, we can't force kids to do anything. And then Mr. Volta mentioned that the turnout on the Saturday night before for homecoming was amazing, right? It's like usually there's one school at a time has their homecoming. They were a little bit apprehensive, like how's it going to go down with two schools being there at once? And he said the energy of the kids and the joy that was around that night was something that we're missing. So then we came up with an idea, well, what if we do, we have the movies in the park, we have the concerts in the park. What if we do some kind of like showcase for the youth where they can, if they have a band or if they sing, and maybe we could start with 2 nights in, during the summer on Friday nights when we're not having the movies or the concerts. And we think that that would be a good way to start seeing if those events is something that they would want to do. So if we do a couple of events next summer, then and they're received really, really well, or they're not, we can then just move on from that. But we do realize that we need events. Someone mentioned that they really want economic development to reach out to businesses that are family businesses. So like the Dave and Buster's and those types of businesses. I told them, we've reached out, like I think all of us on council have reached out to economic development, like how about this or how about that? And I know they're trying, but maybe trying again and again, and maybe someday something will stick when it comes to bringing out businesses. I did mention we have an axe throwing place coming, which is going to be for families. I mean, you can go through Access, but they will have an arcade and they will have food. But that's kind of the first one. I'm hoping that does really well, because then we can use those, you know, units per transaction, the dollars per transaction, to then sell into other businesses that look at those kind of metrics when they're coming to town. So my ask is, number one, a Facebook page where we can host links. So not creating everything from scratch, but kind of the links to what already exists with the school districts, including LMC. And then how looking, and I know it's
Facebook or website page.
A website page, I'm sorry, hosted on our city page. And then the second ask is, if council's okay with it, to explore adding 2 events for the kids, whether it's a talent show or just, you know, a showcase or whatever it is, but 2 Friday nights downtown where it's all about the youth and getting, you know, Heritage and Liberty to help out, and they would kind of like, you know, help us communicate out that we're having these events and these kids can join in. So that's my agenda item. And I really want to say thank you to everyone on the interagency, because again, it went for 2 hours and we could have gone more. And I think our police department will reiterate that, but we could have kept going. I mean, everyone was so excited about creating events for the youth.
Damien, is the agenda item request clear for staff?
Yes, I've made notes of it, so it's clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Councilmember Meyer, for bringing that up. I think you were the catalyst to get this going, so thank you.
Moving into item E2, it's a future agenda item request from Councilmember Mendoza related to an amendment of the City Council's ethics and conduct policy.
Yeah.
Councilmember Mendoza is now going to present her request.
Okay, so I said at the next meeting, can we talk about the policy? And I want to, you know, people are calling and people are assuming different things. I follow the rules. I could not talk to the mayor because I had talked to another council person. And it wasn't until this council person and I talked, did we realize that we both had issues of concern that were different. They were different issues of concern regarding the same individual. So that we were following the rules. We didn't ever come with the intent of censure. So the policy kind of put speed bumps in the way. When I called our city attorney and I gave him the description, I wish that we had a process where he would have told me to go to you, Mayor. He didn't. He told me to go to the police department. So we need a policy that makes this super clear. So whenever we find that something is improper, we have a clear avenue to take. I did talk to our city attorney about, because, you know, people are like, why don't you do this behind closed doors? I did ask our attorney about can we make a policy that's behind closed doors? He said no, that this is not something that is covered by our closed door policy. So I want to get together with the council and write a policy about when there is improper behavior. And I'm talking about the whole policy. That's what I said in the last meeting. Next meeting, can we talk about the policy, which is the entire policy? It wasn't just sections of the policy.
Councilmember Mendoza, tonight's agenda is listed just for the one item to allow matters to be brought before the council when using the established policy would be potentially violating the Brown Act.
Okay, so no,
that's the focus of tonight's agenda.
Okay, well, that's not what I said. I said next meeting.
But that's what's on the agenda tonight, and
I know.
And so that's what you're limited to talking about this evening. If you want to look at the rest of the policy, we can always come back and do that.
Okay, so that's not what I said in the meeting. So if that's what staff typed up, that's what staff typed up, but that's not what I brought forward. And this is not the first time that what we asked for has been twisted up. So Damien, I want to talk about the City of Brentwood ethics and conduct policy. And that's what I said at that meeting. So what I said was the whole policy. I did not take out a section of it. So I want to come back and review the entire policy. And that is my agenda ask. Based on what I asked for at the last meeting. And right now, Damien, I feel like we're just dragging our feet. Like, I know it's an uncomfortable position for you to be in because you're in the middle of all five of us. I know it's uncomfortable for the public to listen to, but we're not talking about the instance. we're talking about the policy, which then we can decide what to do after that.
So
And-
Councilmember Mendoza, it sounds like you're making a new future agenda item request. And does that mean
No.
you don't want to pursue this request
No,
here?
I don't want a new request. I
Well-
want to honor what I said is that I want to the next meeting, can we talk about the policy, which was the whole policy. I have it here open, which is the City of Brentwood Ethics and Conduct Policy. I know what my intent was when I said it. I wasn't cutting out any section, because what we talked about was the item that you and I had called you about wasn't even a Brown Act thing.
Again,
It had nothing to
Councilmember
do with the Brown Act. So
Again,
why would I assume it was only Brown Act when it
Councilmember
wasn't?
Mendoza, that was what was discussed at the future agenda item. That was what we had viewed, what your request was, and that's what we had checked with you on this title description.
I re-listened to the meeting, and that's not what I said. I think that's what you'd like it to be, but that's not what I said in the meeting.
I'm sorry that there was confusion regarding that, but again, it was checked. This is what we have on the agenda tonight. If you don't want to talk about this item right now, the one that we have agendized, and you instead would rather talk about the entire policy, we can come back on that. But that would be at the next meeting. It's not going to be able to happen tonight.
So can we get two people to come to you and say, we want to talk about the policy on the agenda? So it doesn't have to come. It can just go straight to agenda.
But
so
I think I think things are there's two different issues here. One is what you have on the agenda tonight, which is regarding the policy specifically, and what happens if two council members talk with each other instead of going to the mayor first, which is what occurred here. And you couldn't go to the mayor because of the Brown Act issue. Otherwise, you would have had three council members talking about the issue. So it was staff's understanding based on the last meeting that was what was a request to be changed. So then this matter could move forward.
Okay.
It now sounds like it's a different, you want to look at the entire
okay,
policy.
you're seeing it differently. You're seeing it differently than I am. I saw it differently than you are. That's fine.
Sure.
If I get another council person to say at the next meeting, we are going to talk about reviewing the entire City of Brentwood ethics and conduct policy, can that be put on the agenda so that I don't have to come back again?
No, I think what I would treat this as is you're doing what you're asking for this to be on the agenda next week to talk about moving the policy, about amending the policy at the next.
But not just the Brown Act portion of it. I want to talk about the entire, all of these 14 pages. I think this is outdated and needs to be reviewed. Right? I mean,
sure.
I mean, if you want to talk about.
Councilmember Mendoza, we're moving away from what's on the agenda right now. We're having a discussion now of what you want to see as a future agenda item. It sounds to me, you'd like this to come back to the council at the next meeting, presumably, to talk about the entire policy. If that's what you'd like to do, that's treated as a future agenda item. It'll be on the agenda for the council to discuss what that looks like.
That sounds perfect.
If you want to focus on this issue, the council can certainly talk about this issue if you want to move that forward.
No, because I think we need to look at the whole entire policy. So let's bring it back in as an agenda item, because when you go through it, there's a lot of outdated policies on here that are archaic. So I would want to look at everything, right?
And we can explain, that policy, how it was generated and why some of those provisions are in there again, but that is for another night. So it sounds like you don't want to move forward with this specific request that's on the agenda. So we'll come back at the next meeting for the council to discuss, what sort of changes you might want to see in the policy.
Do I need a second council person to reach out to you to put it on the next agenda?
I would be treating this as like we just did with the last future agenda, where you just made your request for the other future agenda items. I would treat this like you just did there. You've made the request. It'll be on the next agenda for the council to discuss.
But then we have to wait. We discuss it then, and at that point, it's only, yes, we want to spend more time and money, spend staff time and money on this, and then it doesn't come back for another 2 weeks.
But I guess, Councilmember Rary, we're not going to know what you need to explain to staff what you want to see in the policy.
Okay, so we can come back next week.
That would have to occur at the next meeting, because we can't spend staff time and resources on anything we don't know what the council wants to see. So you would have the opportunity to talk about what you want to see, and then we would spend staff time resources to make changes to the policy.
Okay, so we can come back next week and I can go through each item that I would like changed, and then we can spend staff time and resources reviewing that.
Yes, that's what would, because
Okay.
we can't just spend staff time resources if you just say, update the policy without getting direction from you on what you'd like to see and what the entire council would like to see.
Yes, well, majority three, right? So it's
Majority
like-
three, yes, that's correct.
So,
But we could move forward tonight's thing and run them parallel, so at least we get this moving.
That's at the council's pleasure. You still have this item agendized. But it
So-
sounds like sounded to me that Councilmember Mendoza didn't want to, this was her request. She didn't want to move forward on it. And
Okay,
she
well,
wanted
okay,
to
so-
instead look at the entire policy.
so so you're saying it's only coming to the mayor. So instead of I think you said that it was a Brown Act question about if two people talk, we can't go to the mayor because then I would be breaking the law, which I didn't want to do. And that's why we brought it to council. So that part I can talk about.
Well, what's on your agenda, and I'll read it specifically.
Mhm.
It says to permit the discussion of alleged city policy violations by members of the city council when following established procedures could result in a majority of the city council discussing the allegation outside of a notice meeting. So I know that's sort of formal, but it encompasses what you just said. Is the policy requires a council member who has a concern about another council member to, if it doesn't involve the mayor, to talk with the mayor. If it involves a mayor, then it would be talking to the vice mayor. If it involves a vice mayor and the mayor, it'd be talking with the most senior council member. So it does take into account those instances. But if the council member, instead of following the process and doesn't talk with the mayor, if it's against a council member, and instead talks with another council member, the Brown Act, which regulates meetings in California, prevents you from talking to the mayor at that point, because then we have three members talking about the same item, even if it's not all at the same time.
So can we just update that portion to say it comes as an agenda item to discuss at council?
Well, that's
here's the
that's
thing.
what
I
the
don't
discussion is. That is what the discussion is on this item. Is that
Okay,
that's
so
exactly what we
I would like
do.
to do. Because here's the thing is, I came to you with an issue. You didn't tell me to go talk to the mayor. You told me to call the police. So what I want to do
Councilmember
is-
Mendoza, again, we're not talking specifics.
No, but
again,
that's the only reason this is coming up, because I tried to follow the policy and I came to you first before I came to anyone else. And I think you should have told me, okay, if you're this concerned about this, maybe you should do this.
But again, Councilmember Mendoza, I can't respond to those questions without going into the details of this issue. And so I'm sorry I can't, but the advice I gave you,
This is
the
the
advice I
reason why
gave you was
she's
proper at the
requesting
time.
it.
Pardon me?
I'm not asking you to go into the details.
I don't want you to go into the details. I just want to find another avenue that doesn't take 10 meetings to get to cut to the chase, right?
If it wouldn't take 10 meetings if the mayor was consulted. It would have been talked to the mayor and it would have been.
I know, but like,
So
again, we can't get into the details. I believe that's what you should have told me when I came to you. You don't think so.
I agree with it. I did the same thing.
And again, I'm happy to talk with you offline. We can't talk about that here.
But I wasn't the
advice-
only one it happened to. It also happened to Councilmember Rary. She came to you and you said, so that's why we're saying there's several instances where we've come to you and the process isn't working.
But the process doesn't apply to those issues, which we
well,
discussed.
No, I've read
That's
your
for
ethics
council to
thing right
decide.
here, and it is in the ethics thing that
Councilmember Rary, again, we can't talk specifics.
I'm not
And
saying
we're
what
getting
it
close
is.
to that. So the question before the council right now is two things. One, it sounds like Councilmember Mendoza has made a future agenda item request to look at the entire policy, which will come back at a future meeting. The next question is, Councilmember Mendoza, are you withdrawing this
No.
request you've made, or would you like to move forward on it?
Let's update this step if we can, so that if I don't, here's the thing is, I might not feel, I mean, I'm fine with you, Joel, like, I'm not saying you, but like, there was a time when Joel and I were not like, it was a bumpy ride. So it would be uncomfortable for me to have come and talked to him back then. So we need another avenue that is safe, that feels safe. And the process right now does not feel safe. I mean, even with you and Tim, it doesn't feel safe sometimes. I would rather do it in public where I know it's safe, and where I know I'm not being coerced or moved in a direction, which I feel is what happens sometimes. So I would like to find another process. Can that, instead of going to the mayor, if you feel comfortable, that could be your first step. You go to the mayor. If not, then you can come to council and discuss it at council when you feel like there is something improper occurring. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think we should want to hold each other accountable. I mean, look at in the city next door, people are fighting over accountability, and we're trying to bring accountability to our city. And I feel like I'm being pushed to not hold people accountable, or we shouldn't have a process to make accountability easy. So can we look at updating that part of the process? If you don't feel comfortable going to the mayor, you can bring it as an agenda item to discuss the violation.
The focus of this is to avoid the Brown Act violation. That what you just said would be more appropriate to have in the broader discussion about the policy. The focus here is in an instance where if two council members have already talked about this and they can't go to the mayor or the vice mayor or the most senior council member, it would then get put on the agenda. That's the focus of this item.
So yeah, so if you're not comfortable with the process, you can put it on the agenda item, which then gets agendized and doesn't break any Brown. Your goal is for us not to break the Brown Act.
Yes,
I don't want to break the Brown Act.
And that's your goal as well. I know.
Yes.
It's not just my goal. It's everyone's
it's
goal.
Our goal.
Yes.
None of us want to
exactly. And
but so I'm just saying that I feel that I'm being pushed to do something that would make me uncomfortable. And I think that if you're making someone feel uncomfortable, you should listen to them. And I can't, and I'm sure it's not just me.
No,
so how do we make it? How can we agendize it? Because to make it Brown Act compliant, I just got to put it on the agenda, and then we can talk about it.
I understand your concerns. Your concerns are moving a little bit beyond what we have on the agenda tonight. The agenda tonight is focusing on the Brown Act issue. What your concerns that you're raising would be more appropriate at the next meeting when you talk about the overall policy and changes you want to make. So that is very appropriate to talk about at that point and make those recommended changes. Here, we're just talking about an instance where two council members already talked with each other. How does that get on the agenda then without violating this policy, without violating the Brown Act? And
okay, so
I think that's an easy
let's just amend it and add it to the agenda. They can be added to the agenda.
That would be, but we need to put that in the policy. We need to get that in the policy to allow you to do that.
Okay, let's do it.
Well, that's the purpose of this agenda item we're talking about right now. And I'm happy to answer any other questions. If not, you can open up to public comment. And once that's over, make a motion to spend staff time and resources to amend the policy based on to ensure that a conversation can occur or an item can be agendized without violating the policy, without violating the Brown Act.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if there are any other questions
I
of me after that discussion.
This is confusing. I'm not an attorney, so sometimes it's going to take me a while to get through it.
And admittedly, this policy is very detailed. It is very detailed, and a lot of that is to protect you, from unfounded allegations, and to make sure that at the same time allegations that are founded are brought forward. So it's a balance.
I get that, but I'm going to tell you, I don't care about unfounded allegations. If I didn't do it, I didn't do it. I got nothing to hide. So I'm good.
Again, it is done to protect council members and done to make sure that matters move forward. So I don't know if there are any other questions, Mr. Mayor. If not,
Councilmember Meyer.
So just to be clear, are we saying that the amendment would mean if a council member is uncertain about reaching out to the mayor or the vice mayor or senior or whomever, that with a secondary supportive council member, they can collectively go to the city manager, because that's how we typically do things, to get something on the agenda without going through?
This would permit that conversation to occur. I think the amendment would permit it. Ideally, the council member is going to the mayor or the vice mayor or the more senior official. That is the ideal way of it working, because you're bringing it to someone who has the experience regarding these issues. If for some reason that doesn't occur, and you've talked with someone else where you can't talk to the mayor or the vice mayor or the most senior council member, then I would presume the change to the policy would allow this to still move forward in a similar manner, where you would, as you just said, Councilmember Meyer, that councilmember would go to the city manager. He would consult with me and it would be put on the agenda. And a discussion would occur, similar to what would happen if they had talked to the mayor.
It's basically just giving another avenue.
It's to ensure
Same
that the
process.
Brown Act is not violated.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further conversation regarding this item, we'll open public comments. Margaret?
I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and admit you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have 3 hands raised. Danny Dorman, followed by Rod and Carolina. I'll go ahead and share the timer screen. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
There it is. That's it. I didn't see the mute button. Okay. I'm laughing because I'm tired. I'm laughing because this seems like the same dance. A council person asks staff for something. They come back with something else that wasn't even brought up. And then it's, well, can we talk about it? Well, no, because it's not on the agenda. Well, it should have been on the agenda because I told you to put it on the agenda. Oh, we did put it on the agenda. Well, no, you didn't put it what it was we wanted to talk about. Well, you can't really talk about it now because it's not on the agenda. And round we go. I mean, to be honest, rumors are flying all over the place. It's probably better to just go ahead and crack this nut and get it over with, because it is causing friction. And if they're, honestly, I don't know what our city attorney's talking about, because I read what it was that they think Council Member Mendoza asked for, and even what they think Council Member Mendoza asked for should be discussed. At least that's what I read. After hearing you guys, I don't know what the heck you guys were supposed to be discussing, other than what are the next steps for censure. And that seems to be a pretty easy thing. I mean, the Brown Act, this is the other thing too. I'm trying to understand why the city attorney is trying to avoid the Brown Act when the Brown Act is there for a reason. And it's a pretty simple one. And the results and the process, they're really simple. So why this is becoming so complex? Is it because of the individual? Or is it because of the individual who brought it up? Or is it, what is it? I guess that's my question. And hopefully when public comments are closed, we don't go back to that who's on first, what's on second, I don't know, is on third, and have a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, City Council. In the mail, I expect a frequent flyer card with some holes punched for the number of meetings and the length of time I've been on here. But anyways, so back to this discussion. Yes, the Brown Act is very important. I have hung up on people so as not to be in violation of the Brown Act. And it is complicated, but it's not this complicated. Maybe city staff needs to review the recordings from the previous councils before putting together the agenda items for future city council meetings. I'm not really sure what else to suggest, but accuracy is really important, especially when it comes to things like the Brown Act, when it comes to looking at numbers on a spreadsheet for PA1, when it comes to what city council people have asked for, and then the replies that the information that has to come back to them. It's also important because city staff will make comments and provide information, and sometimes that just gets lost in the shuffle. I think more accuracy to help each other would be really helpful. I've just sat through way too many city council meetings where city council asks for one thing, come the next meeting, it's not there. And I'm not sure why. So I don't know if we do let's go back and review the agendas and see what fell by the wayside, but I think that's an important thing to do too. So I'm hoping we can move forward with this and get the analysis done or get the discussion done. I'm kind of like Danny, I'm kind of lost on exactly what it is we're supposed to be discussing tonight. But yeah, more accuracy would be really helpful, especially from us outside looking in who may or may not be able to ask city staff questions regarding items like this because we don't know the context. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker with their hand raised is Braden. Braden, go ahead.
Thank you. Back again. I'm just really, this whole meeting I've been listening to different things and thinking about the direction of where we want to move with this item. It sounds to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that we're trying to change policy based solely on feelings and emotion and not policy and logic. So the policy in clear black and white says that, you are to go to the mayor with any concerns of violation of the policy, which we saw was not done. And here we are now in this mess going back and forth that will once again be pushed to a future meeting, which seems to happen quite frequently. So I'm just, really, really confused on, you knew the policy, but you didn't follow it. And now you're getting mad at city staff who, if I might add, are professionals and are there for a reason to give guidance to the council. They have various degrees and are experts in the matter, but yet it seems that you choose not to follow direction or take their advice and listen to them. I just think that this is turning, to be quite frank, we're turning into Antioch, and a lot of our residents really don't want that, including myself. Keep Brentwood, Brentwood. Don't turn it into Antioch and that circus that's going on over there in the next city. Well, we can do much better than that. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I have one additional hand raised. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, I'm not confused at all by any of this, unlike the last caller. I'm following what's going on. I was here for the meeting when this agenda item was proposed, and it is, as Council Member Mendoza states, she asked for a full review of the item of the policy. And it came out then, and it came out again now. I don't know why people aren't listening, that the council members did not know this particular policy. There's a lot of policies, and when they went to the attorney, he did not direct them to the mayor, and so they were given the wrong information by the professional staff. And I'm not someone who's a big critic of Mr. Brower. He has a tough job to do, but this is a piece of confusion that should not have happened. It's not the first time we've seen this happen, where council will give direction to staff and staff will say, yeah, we've got it. And they seem to repeat it back. And then when we come back it's not quite the same. And that shouldn't be happening. It should certainly not happen here where we have this situation up in the air. And again, the previous caller is suggesting, well, something didn't happen, so we should just let this go. You know, we should just say, well, policy wasn't followed, so something happened, but the public doesn't have the right to hear about it because somebody messed up on policy. And I personally would not vote for anybody who proceeded on that sort of basis. The information has to come out. We're just trying to understand. I don't know what's going on exactly with this, but I want to hear about it. I have a right to hear it. I'm a member of the public. The Brown Act is there to protect me, not all of you. And so I think that in this case, Mr. Brower maybe didn't, I guess, get the message, but certainly he's done the city no favor tonight by coming back with an improper agenda item. I certainly hope that at least tonight you can agree on a part two, something that you can do to avoid the Brown Act violation in the event some mistake like this gets made again. And then I hope that you can come back for a full discussion, because this policy seriously needs work if it's in a Brown Act trap, and it certainly seems to be. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have one additional hand raised, Marisol Velez. Marisol, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I have nothing actually written out. I'm kind of off the cuff because I don't know if I should laugh or cry over this, over these public comments. Actually, the one right before Rod. For someone who has been listening to city council meetings for years and being able to see what's happening and see all of the details that are going on. It just astonishes me that someone who could potentially be on council have no idea how city council actually works. I appreciate that this was brought up. I appreciate that our council members actually went to the lawyer to ask for advice. And unfortunately, for whatever reasons, they were misguided on what they needed to do. And then they actually followed the rules of the Brown Act and now are trying to fix it. So as Rod said, that future council members don't get stuck in this trap and that they can actually do their job. So I'm super appreciative that this is being brought up, that we have to talk about it. And again, unlike Antioch, you know, everyone's complaining we don't want to be Antioch, and people are saying, you know, look at that mayor, or look at this, or look at that. And no one's holding them accountable. We have city council members who are holding each other accountable, which I think is absolutely fantastic, because there has to be transparency. And I think that this city council is absolutely transparent in everything that they're doing, hence the long meetings, which are totally fine. If we don't have transparency, then we have what we had city councils ago. We have this horrendous city hall that took our city park. Now we can't have a corn fest, all these other things. So I think that the transparency is beautiful, and I appreciate it, and I'm here for it. And anyone who's running for city council should also be in that frame of mind to get people's vote who live in Brentwood. So thank you for bringing this up, and let's hold each other accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then we will close public comments. Council Member Mendoza.
Yeah, so it looks like we need to bring two things. So the one is where we're going to look at the entire policy. And I know Braden Hana mentioned we should leave the policy alone. Well, Braden, we update policies all the time. So it's something, if you're running for council, you should probably research, because policies are fluid. And depending on what is going on with legislation or going on in the city, we do change policies. So changing a policy is not a foreign concept at all whatsoever. And this was not, you know, I think it's just important that we review the policy, make sure that it works for what is happening now, make sure that it works for what residents want now, which we've heard. I mean, we hear it all the time that they want transparency. They want to know what's happening. They were sick of what was, closed door conversations or conversations with different applicants and all of this going on behind closed doors. So I've always been transparent. It is, it's who I am. I say it all out in public. I don't hold anything back. And I think the two things, one is the Brown Act, me having to go to the mayor. And then the other one is a full review of the policy is what we're asking to come back to us.
And Councilmember Mendoza, just to clarify, you've already made your request for the full policy review, and that'll be on the next agenda. So the council wouldn't take any action on that tonight. It's more the Brown Act issue to allow instances where two council members have talked with each other to be able to still move this forward without violating the Brown Act. So that's what's before the council again tonight.
So on that point, can we have staff look into adding an amendment to the policy where a council person can come directly to the city manager, discuss it and put it on the agenda?
That would be part of the other agenda item that you'll be talking about.
I guess I'm not understanding, like, what would
because
well,
that doesn't involve a Brown Act issue. That's
So-
not a Brown Act concern, because you'd just be talking, you wouldn't be talking to other council.
but this is like, I already talked to someone else. So then I'm like, well, shoot, I didn't know it was going to rise to this level. They didn't know it was going to rise to this level. We spoke.
That's what the policy would do, is if you've already talked with somebody and you didn't talk with the mayor first, or depending on who it's against, you didn't talk to the other person first, then it would go to the city manager. So
But not to discuss, to the city manager to put on the agenda.
yes, as the policy already provides, if it's followed and the mayor is consulted first.
But see, that's interesting because I came and asked him to put it on the agenda. The other council person came to ask him to put it on the agenda, but we were told we couldn't do that. So we did follow the policy.
Because the ethics and conduct policy supersedes your rules of procedure, because it's a more specific policy. And so that's the one that controls here. And in that instance, the policy says you need to go to the mayor.
Okay, so can we?
I did look up this stuff, tried to search for it on our website so that I can make sure I'm doing the right thing. Not on our website. It's given to us in a pack. Well, that packet is from 6 years ago somewhere in my house. And again, going to the city attorney to get advice on what to do. We're hopeful that we're given direction to at least look at that packet if we have a concern. Look at that thing rather than saying, yeah.
Councilmember Ray, that wasn't said. That was not the reaction I gave. So
no,
please.
that you didn't think it rose to that level.
Well, no, it wasn't that issue. The policy is very clear that it needs to be a violation of a city policy, not the violation of a state law.
No, it's in that paper. I just read it.
Councilmember, I'd be happy to discuss with you that we're moving away again from the Brown Act issue. I'd be happy to discuss this with you offline, and we'd have the discussion, more fuller discussion at another time.
So when this comes back,
had we even been given direction that to look at this, then it would have given us the right procedure to go forward.
Assuming the procedure applies, Councilmember Rary.
Exactly.
And we can discuss that, but this is not the time to do that. Again, the issue before the council is the Brown Act question is do you want to move forward with an amendment to the policy?
Without seeing that, the next steps that we are aware of to put anything onto the agenda is for two council people to talk about it. And it wasn't until frustration kind of overcame us both that we spoke about it long after that, and the only steps we knew as council people was to request it to be placed on the agenda.
And I don't think anyone's faulting that. It's understandable why that occurred.
We
now we're trying to
one
now you're
resident
trying to
out there
fix
who
it.
doesn't understand the procedures. So, and we did go to and we were trusting in staff. And that's why we weren't aware of the procedures that we needed to do to move forward. Generally, we can find these things in the municipal code. You know, we can do a search on the internet, and maybe it's no longer there, or not the internet, on our website. Generally, we can do a search on our website, but ever since we got the new website, so many links are broken.
Well, and the search doesn't work in the new website.
All right, again,
It doesn't work. I'm
again,
telling you.
if we can stick to just the issue of whether or not the council wants to move forward with an amendment to the policy to avoid this Brown Act issue developing, so the matter can be brought to the city manager so it can be put on the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Council Member Mendoza,
Absolutely.
Council Member Meyer,
Yes.
Council Member Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye.
motion carries unanimous.
Okay, since we are in a little bit of different a process tonight, because we're going to have to, per request of council, reconvene another meeting. How should I do this?
What I'd recommend, Mr. Mayor, and just for the public that didn't see the end of your last special meeting, earlier tonight, the council had a special meeting to talk about the housing element. That meeting wasn't finalized, didn't conclude, and the council would like to continue that discussion. So at that time, the council recessed the special meeting, knowing that they'd reconvene that after this meeting. Now that your regular meeting is wrapping up, it would be appropriate for someone to make a motion to adjourn the council's regular meeting, and then we would then reconvene the special meeting. And that could be done after a certain period of time break. But Mr. Mayor, I believe in the adjournment, I believe you may be adjourning especially tonight. But
Yes.
that would be the next step. So the council would adjourn this meeting, your regular meeting, and then reconvene the special meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, in the process of adjourning tonight, you may have noticed some of the flags at the city flying half staff at the city facilities today. And the reason is to honor one of our own. I would like to adjourn this meeting tonight in honor of Tracy Summers, one of our fantastic solid waste drivers who passed away recently from a motorcycle accident. Tracy was a local resident, a city employee with over 4 years of dedication to public service, and a great friend to many in the community and in the city. Someone that loved his family, both at home and at work. And Tracy will be sorely missed. Our thoughts are with his family. So I thank you for the recognition. And I do want to thank Tracy's family for sharing him with our city and our community to help it make it a better place to live. And with that, we have a motion for adjournment. Roll call vote, please.
Council Member Mendoza,
Yes.
Council Member Meyer,
Yes.
Council Member Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye,
motion carries unanimous.
we are adjourned. Would council like to take a few minutes or?
Hey, Eric, can I say something really quick?
Yes, please.
I'm not feeling too good today. I wanted to be part of this meeting, part of the workshop in the beginning, but I'm not going to be able to stay. I'm just not feeling too good, but I did want to participate in the meeting tonight. So I apologize, but I won't be able to complete the rest of the workshop. I was hoping it was going to get done earlier. And obviously I wanted to stay in this meeting. So I apologize, but I'm not feeling too good. I'm just going to be going home. Okay. And I apologize to the council as well for not being able to complete the workshop. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
We
Bye-bye.
will reconvene the meeting at 10:20. Thank you. my screen is acting particularly like it's 10:20. So I am trying to find out. Yes. Well, make sure everyone is here. We are all here. Thank you. So at this time, it appears that we do have a quorum. We will reconvene the special city council meeting for September 27th, 2022. Roll call vote, please. I'm sorry, roll call. We're not voting yet.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Here.
Councilmember Meyer,
Here.
Councilmember Rary,
Here.
Mayor Bryant,
Here.
and let the record reflect that Vice Mayor Rodriguez is absent.
Okay. At this time, I will turn it over to staff. I believe Alexis can potentially remember where we are in the discussion.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Alexis.
I believe where we were is council was discussing whether to make amendments to the methodology to remove some acreage or transfer some numbers around in order to adjust our site inventory strategy that is currently in the draft housing element. So if that is correct, we do have our matrix and our spreadsheet available to do that, sort of a plug and play exercise, if that's where council would like to go next. Okay, so Jennifer can share her screen. And while she does that, I should mention she may have to pop out occasionally dealing with a sick little one at home, but so she's driving the spreadsheet, but if necessary, I can open up a version and take over. Okay.
Okay. So we, before we left off, we have two different spreadsheets. This attached spreadsheet here has the entire draft site inventory. This is the one to make adjustments to either the buildable acreage if we wanted to consider reducing the 19-acre parcel to less than that, or if we wanted to change some of our residential propensity assumptions. We could change it on this as well, and then it would show up in the original table on the front to show us in real time what our buffers are and whether we're meeting our RENA goals. The other table that we have, if requested, is one that looks at all of the PA1 sites just for clarification, and then shows which ones are not being included in case for any reason you wanted to add some back and take others out to rework that. We could take a look at that as well.
Jennifer, I'm sorry, could you make it just a little bigger?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sign in on here.
Can we play with, I guess I want to, and this is hard because we haven't had our other meeting yet, but I would like to go in with what either Planning Commission did. And then if we get to our October 11th meeting and we have higher densities or lower densities and higher acreage, then it's easier to go up than down. So I would like to look at changing that 80% on your inventory 622 tab to 100%. On the, does that change it on the 622 page? Yeah, okay. And then, yeah, so that 80% right there above. Perfect. Okay. So then, that's going to give us some more units, but we need to adjust. And this is where I'm confused. I know we need to adjust down for, I think, 6 acres. So how, and this is all depending on if the rest of the council wants to do this, right? Like, because on October 11th, if we decide to continue on the path we last voted, then we stay there, then we, the second round, we can update it. But I think it's going to be hard to go backwards, then go forwards. Once we submit something. So I just want, when PA1 is all said and done, I think that where PC ends up is for total housing on PA1 was 70.8 acres. So how do I look at this with the parcels not included to make sure we're at about 70.8 acres? So 30 acres for multifamily, 13.3 for high density, and 27.5 for transit village. So with submitted APNs and not submitted APNs.
Yeah. Okay, so currently, as submitted, we have 63.89 acres.
Okay. So let's, can we sum this by type? So like PA1 multifamily, what are we at right now?
Let's see.
Sorry, I know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Multifamily would be
and there's 14, one more at the bottom, right?
Yeah, 14.43 plus 15.
14.43. You could do it, press control and then highlight the 15. So we're at,
yeah.
Did I click? Yeah. 29.43. Okay. So 29.43, that's close to the 30. That was, that ties out with Josh and ties out with Planning Commission. So it ties out to both of those. And then how about high density residential?
High density is just a single site, which is 12.43.
What row is that?
Sorry, 12.42.
12.42. And do we have?
I apologize. We that's the total acreage. We reduced that to buildable acreage of 10 even.
So on Josh's sheet, does he? And this was where I was confused too. Does he speak to acreage or buildable acreage when he's giving us his numbers? I thought he was speaking to total.
His was total.
Okay, so then we should say 12.42. Okay. 12.42. And so then actually when
because on all the rest of them, we are doing acreage is the buildable acreage. So this one, is it different acreage versus buildable? And
so that was, yeah. That was part of the exercise we went through with council to get the buffer as low as possible. So that was the one category where we shaved off some acreage to get us down to that. Yeah.
But I guess I want to tie out to Josh. So how do I what column do I use to tie out to Josh? G or H?
Buildable H.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So then HDR.
Be the only one where they're not the same.
Okay. So HDR, we're at 10. And then Transit Village, how much are you at here?
24.46.
Okay, and then on your list of not included APNs, let's add those to this and let's see what that total is.
Okay.
Because we have about 6 acres to play with, I think, to get to 70.8.
Okay, so the ones in red at the bottom are the sites that were not included.
Okay, so that is, how much are those?
We have 5.3 in the very high, and we have 13.95 in the TV.
13.95. Okay, so that means, hold on, let me add this up. So the 29.43 that you had on that you're submitting, plus the ones that you did not submit. So this, oh, sorry, that does not need another point right there. So for multifamily, you're at 34.74. We need to, and Josh's number is 30 on that. Josh and Planning Commission, they tie out to that at 30. So we need to take away 4.74 acres on this one. Because what you're submitting would put us over, which at a density of 25 would mean a total of 118 more units. And that's what I don't want to commit to. I don't want to commit to an acreage that allows for more units and takes away employment center.
I'm not sure I follow.
So Josh, when Josh presented his alternate C, he said for multifamily, very high density, total PA1 was 30 acres. Okay, so that's Josh. Went to Planning Commission, they also said 30 acres. Okay, that's done. You're coming in at 34.75. So you're over committing. If I add up both.
No, because we're not committing to these red. That these are being left off. So these are not being committed to. We are only committing to the 29.43 on the previous sheet.
Okay, let me see.
Being shown or committed.
So then if I look at my map, where are those, what the ones that you're not committing to, are those going to be easy to delete from building those out? So you have 4.2. I'm trying to figure out where 4.2 is on the map. I just, when we total up your
here, we are not committing to H and I, which are the two at the south side of the creek, which as part of the new plan are going to be for parks. So that's why we've left H and I out.
Okay, perfect.
We've also left K out, which is the corner piece at Lone Tree. And we have left L and M out.
H, I, and K are for sure turning into either park or something else, right? And then which other one? L, M, N. And so L and M on Josh's, sorry, I can't even talk anymore.
Yeah.
On Josh's sheet, those are included in building out. So ultimately, those are going to get built out. So we're over on those acres. So I don't want, you're not including them, but he includes them in his map.
Correct. So ultimately, because of the location and the differences between the adopted map and the new map, or the proposed map, there are going to be some discrepancies if we move forward. There is not an accurate way in which we can present this and account for some of the future build out, because the APNs are going to be different. So that's why it's.
So what we're focusing on is the overall unit and the unit count, the RENA and the buffer. What will change between this submittal and the next ACD submittal is the APNs identified for those sites, right?
Yes,
so through this exercise, if we want to reduce those numbers or change those, we can do that. But eventually the APNs will change because this land use map is changing. But what matters from ACD's perspective is that we've identified the number of units. We have sites that have the capacity to provide those units at those income levels, and we have a little bit of a buffer. So even if we change those APNs, those other things will stay the same if we do the model correctly, right? So the APNs will not stay constant, but those other numbers can stay approximately the same.
Correct.
Yeah, why not include D, L, and M? Because we know that we all agreed on that area being residential transit village. Like that's going, like I thought we all agreed, regardless of what we thought, that area is going to be transit. And if I'm correct, that's 5.41 plus 4.78 plus 5.15. why would we include that? Why don't we include LMN, and why are we including down below in parcel 1022, 11 buildable acres? I would rather include the ones LMN, which we know we're going to build on, versus that purple area before. That's where we're still in flux. So why was it the decision to not use L and M versus the part south to it? Because that part south to it you're including.
So that was because of those acreages. There were the 4 and the 4. So those were easy to take out. Because remember, at that time, we were focused on the buffer and the overall not getting higher than 15% if we could in that low income category. So those round numbers, the 4 and 4, were easy to take out at that time. We can put them back in. I don't know how
the rest of the council feels, right? Like, we know that we're going to put housing up by McCollum Trail, right? And that purple section below, and I'm touching it, but you guys can't see me where I'm pointing. That purple section below, I almost think we should switch it, because we know we want that portion up on McCollum Trail built out. And if I wasn't mistaken, we want housing up there for infrastructure, right? So why don't we count those? And I guess my concern is still that we are over by 4 acres or something, 29.43 plus the 5.31 versus the 30 acres that we know we're going to use in PA1 for multifamily. And that's all models, right? Like, that was not even in question. So can we get the multifamily to 30 acres on your APNs? And you can, and I know we could split it up, because we split it up below your 48.88 acres and you did 11 buildable.
Yeah.
So we can split it up.
Okay, so let me
I don't know how, Karen, Mayor, Susanna, I don't know how y'all feel about this. I'm afraid to commit to 34 acres when we know it's 30 acres in any discussion. Like, this one is not a point of contention.
Yeah. And I agree. I mean, if we can bring that down a little bit. But the other thing that I asked staff about earlier was that, let's say we fall short in getting the housing, or we, due to the rezone, we're not coming up with the right amount of numbers. And correct me if I'm wrong, Alexis, that we can create the adequate sites program, which then says that we only need to use 20 dwelling units an acre, and we would have 3 years and 120 days from the beginning of the planning period to rezone it to that. Correct?
So that is if we rezone now as part of our housing element, and we include that as a program right now. And that's if we identify that we currently do not have enough sites, and that we need to create a program to move forward. But what that program actually says is you have to have a minimum of 20 dwelling units per acre. But because of the metropolitan area that we're in, we still have to allow for the 30 dwelling units per acre as our default density in order to account for it. But because
why did they even put that in there if you can't use it?
Well, yeah, so that's part of the HCD guidebook that is given to provide all options. And because of the situation that we are currently in, we do not have to rezone. So that particular option is not applicable to us.
Okay. All right. Well, that sucks. Because we had 108.05 acres of mixed use on the other side of town with 70% of the gross acreage, which should be high density residential and would be 11 to 20 units. So that 20 dwelling units fits within that the 108 acres.
And in past housing element cycles, we could have used it, but under those new default densities, they get higher. They've gotten higher.
Okay, so
We try and bring you good news, but it doesn't, it doesn't often work when it's on this topic.
let me try to, let's see. If I'm understanding correctly, and you want to add back in the 2 TV sites, one potential option, one of them was 4.78 and the other was 5.15.
Move the 1905.
We can lessen the 19.5.
Why don't we do that?
Buildable.
Yeah. Let me get these to calculate.
Well, TV, okay, real quick. TV is the most contentious one of all of the designations.
Yeah,
Do we
it
want to
is,
do
it
that
really
one
is.
first, or do you want to do the easy ones like the 30 acres on multifamily? We all held hands and that one was good. And then I think that high density at 13.3, we all held hands and we're all good. So I'm almost thinking we should finish those first, because then the discussion is going to be really long on TV. That's where Planning Commission had a different recommendation.
I'm good with that.
So when it comes to multifamily,
Mhm.
we need 30 total acres, right? And that is, what is that? Hold on, let me look at my spreadsheet from Josh. So yeah, so multifamily, very high density is 30. And where do we have that planned right now? Multifamily, that's the orange. So that's the 3 parcels, the 2 up over off of Shady Willow. So that is,
Yeah, so 3 parcels on Shady Willow, and then it accounts for 15 acres down in the larger parcel, just north of Target.
so how much is it if we add that up? That is 29.43, but we only need, so we only need, oh, we need 30 and we're at 29.43?
Correct. So we're actually below what
Okay, but-
PA1 is coming in at.
And how many do you have on your other spreadsheet? That is not included here, because PA1's a total thing, which is you're not included plus you're included need to equal the 30. So how much is on your other spreadsheet? That was the not included ones.
Not included was 5.31.
So what are we at there? So that's so we have 4.88 plus 4.8 plus 4.75. So wait, those 3 parcels are 14.43. And then you're saying 5.31. So we're at 1974. So we still need about 10 more acres. And how much is on your spreadsheet for that? I'm sorry, Jennifer. I just want to make sure we do it right.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out which one we're on.
We're on multifamily, very high density. So on your slotted APNs, you're at 14, you're at 1974. So to meet Josh's 30, I still need 10 more acres. And you have your inventory list that is not being submitted to HCD, our little bucket for when, if we come short. Okay. So not included is, see, we don't, so that's 2, so that's 3.14 and 2.17. So that's 5.31. We're still short on multifamily by about 5 acres or so to get to the 30.
So I'm not sure I understand the get to 30 or match Josh's numbers. Are you saying you want all those acres in the inventory that we give?
I don't
Or
want them in
you
the
just want them
inventory.
to add up separately?
They they need to add up to 30.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
because that's the number we're committing to, right? Like that's what we're going to build on. So some of it's submitted and some of it we're banking. If we were submitting all of it, then it would be just one spreadsheet at 30. But this
okay.
is what this is. Yeah, 29.43.
Yeah, so currently what we are proposing adds up to 30 already. That's where I guess I'm.
Oh, so you're at 29.43 and then plus another 531.
Well, we're not adding the other 531. We left that out.
But
we're at 29.43 without any changes.
So here's my question, and this is what I was trying to get to earlier. I submit these parcels, and these parcels is what I'm committing to.
We're not committing to the parcel number. We are committing to the acreage. And so what we are saying is that we feel confident that we can go and change the actual parcel ID number as long as we're generally consistent with the acreage. And so right now we are proposing 19.43. If it does come through and PA1 changes get adopted, we can come forward with 30. So they are both consistent. The only changes that would be necessary would be just the parcel identification. And so that's where staff is comfortable saying that those changes are just kind of administrative changes. We aren't throwing any red flags. We're not substantially changing acreage. We are only just changing the location within PA1 from one parcel to another. And so that's why, as we have originally drafted, we tried to get the numbers generally consistent with what we think may move forward with PA1. And so that's kind of why we came in at the 29.43, thinking that it may go through close to 30, if that makes sense.
I'm going to be honest, that scares me. I think that, again, I asked, can you 100% tell me they're not going to hold us to us? And no one can for 100% tell me they're not going to, this is what we're committing to. And that part scares me.
So until PA1's adopted, there's no way to move forward with specific APNs, and HCD will understand that communities are making changes all over the place for different reasons during this long review period, this long drafting period. Some communities are going to have to rezone as, a program that they identify, and those parcel numbers will change and the inventory will be updated once that program. So there's no guarantee. So the HCD process is subjective because we have reviewers and it's up to a person, right? It's not, if we could just enter numbers in a spreadsheet and they would sign off on it, that would be great, but it is subjective. So we can't make any promises one way or the other. We are going to get comments on other aspects of the housing element as well that we're going to have to respond to. But the goals of HCD are for us to meet our RENA, not meet them on particular properties, but to meet them that are feasible under their regulations. So that's all, that's all.
But the packet includes APNs and acreage.
Because they want to know that these are feasible locations, right? So we identify the APNs because they want to know that it's real, that we're not just making up that we could put something there. But those APNs can change to other sites that are also real and feasible, right?
But let's go back to the comment on the specific plan. There is no APN specific zoning on anything in PA1, right? It's just fluid. So why don't we try to get as close as we can to what we think is going to be the real deal?
Well, I think we are. We're at 29.43. We're at 1,600 units.
But but if I look at it, so
we're at we're about 16 when the spreadsheet that Jennifer just had up, and I can call up a version myself. She just popped away real quick.
Okay.
Oh, poor thing.
Life goes on, right? For all
yes,
of us.
yeah. That's
I
more
appreciate
important.
your patience, Council. So let me find those attachments for you. But so we are close. We are at the. Hold on, it's got to load.
Well, we're 5 acres over for multifamily.
In
so can we
PA1 or in the housing element?
In when I compare the housing element,
Mhm.
both the submitted APNs and the not submitted APNs, I'm 5 acres over on multifamily. And that makes me uncomfortable. And it's just because, I mean, we've all been on those calls. Like, they are saying they're going to come after us, and they are like, if we commit to something, I can guarantee you they're going to come after those numbers. And if I was a landowner and you submitted something on there, I would use that as proof that I get to build that there. Look at, it's what they submitted. I get to build. Yes, nope, that's the APN they submitted on their housing element.
So again, this is the first draft, right? As you pointed out, we're going to be getting comments and doing a negotiation. And the housing element does not control land use. So those parcels are designated for residential today. If council changes that, the landowner can say they were in the housing element, but we have to put them somewhere else per the law to meet our RENA numbers. And we would identify new sites that meet the RENA number. And that is controlled by the land use plan that whatever council adopts for PA1. So because
I don't understand why we can't just work the numbers and only select 30
that's
acres.
what we're,
Yeah.
yes, we can. That's what we're here to do.
Because when I look at, and let me show you what I'm looking at real quick, just so, because this is where I think I'm like losing my mind. This one. When I'm looking at this sheet here, we can take these 3 and then the acres, and can we tie out to what we're seeing here? Like, we all agree with this. So can we tie out to that?
To what? A certain acreage number?
Yes. So the multifamily, how much do we think this is going to be? How much do we think this is? Because these orange should tie out to 30. So there's total acreage on these parcels, and then there's the buildable. So can we get it to a point where they equal 30? And then if you're not submitting, like the one on the bottom, or whichever one you're not submitting, that one doesn't get submitted, but at least we know directionally where you identified 30 acres.
So wait, where are you getting the 30 from?
The 30 is
a 2023 in buildable acres. And then
so can you see my new spreadsheet or no? The 30 acres is Josh's number. So this is what Josh said that we would, that was his alternate C, was 30 acres, which tied out to my suggestion. 30 acres there was no problem about. And I think that Planning Commission was also fine with the 30 acres. So that's why I'm like, can we designate the 30 acres, whether they're, whether they're submittable or not? And then we move on and identify the high density ones, which is 13.3 acres. And then we're going to have the robust discussion on the transit village. Like, what number do we want to hit there? Do we want to do what we decided at the last meeting, or do we want to take into consideration what Planning Commission is doing? But I'd like to identify as close to possible as to what we're really going to do on that property.
So right now we have 29.3 acres. And you're showing 30 on.
It's 30, yeah, but it's 20, no, but total 20, you're 29.43. It's this plus we need to identify all the 30, because you're only talking about your submitted, but there is another parcel on her second sheet, right? The non-submitted. So we need to tie out to 30 submitted and not submitted. And then you can take out the ones that you're not going to submit for those acreage. But we need to be able to tie out to the 30, because if I'm submitting 30, but I know I have 5 more on your sheet, then I'm over by 5. Your total,
those 5 acres.
So just pretend we're going to submit everything in PA1, and let's plan as we're going to submit everything. And then when we're done with that, we'll figure out which ones we don't want to submit so that we can hit the number.
So we can bring back up that spreadsheet. Unfortunately, we can't do side by side with the other lots in this format, and show you what those changes might look like. And we can take out sites or add sites. At the end of the day, they just need to be currently designated in PA1 for a residential use, right? So there may be some slight acreage differences because we're talking about different parcels in the amended plan versus these.
Well, that's
so,
when you do total acreage versus buildable acreage. We
Yeah.
could do that.
okay. So at the end of the day, we just need to get to a number of acres for each of these columns. It's 11 o'clock. I'm hoping we can get through this tonight because of our schedule. So if we want to call up the spreadsheet and start making those changes, we're happy to do that. We just need some direction from the majority of council of what you want those columns, what numbers you want in those columns. Okay. We got 1 thumbs up, 2 thumbs up, 3,
Okay.
4. Okay.
So I think
So-
we're all good on the one that ends in 29, 10, and 11. Those are the orange up by Shady Willow.
Let me just pause 1 second so we can get it up on the screen so we can all see it at the same time,
Okay.
because I will lose track of the numbers if I don't have it in front of me. Sorry, I'm visual.
No, I totally get it. Yeah. I
Um,
wish we were in chamber all together. That would make it real easy. We could point at stuff.
I absolutely, you really feel the lack of the chambers in these kind of meetings. So you're able to call up that one spreadsheet, Jennifer? And Jennifer, if you need me to take over on the spreadsheet, tell me, because we're working off different versions right now. So please tell me if you need me to take over.
I think we need the one with everything, right?
Well, so I'm doing the overall calculation here, just to show you where we're at for each of the totals.
But it's not really my totals because I'm missing parcels. This is the submittable parcels. I'm missing the ones that you weren't going to submit. And again, I'm sorry, multifamily.
She's just subtotaling what's on those categories as we
Yeah.
had done earlier, so we don't have to keep highlighting them.
But
So
do we
that's
want to
just
do
this
this
sheet too?
on the other spreadsheet and determine the 30, and then we can come back here and go, okay, these are the ones we're going to use?
Okay.
Mama. Oh, Jennifer.
Okay, so do I have this spreadsheet, Jennifer? That you, if I could just pause, do I have this spreadsheet, Jennifer? Okay, why don't you stop sharing your screen and turn off your camera and let me start doing it just so you can attend to your family business. If council doesn't mind, just bear with me 1 moment and I will open up these spreadsheets. And just full disclosure, I'm slower than Jennifer, so I will do my best at making these changes. Hold, please.
Jennifer and Jovita are in a class by themselves.
Oh, well, you can send it to me, but I don't think you want to do that.
Okay, so you want to look at the one with all the parcels?
Yes, because then let's
Okay.
identify the 30 and then the 30 acres, and then we identify the ones we're submitting, right?
Okay, can everyone read that?
Yeah, so if you
Okay.
add up multifamily, very high density right now, what are you at on this sheet? Total everything.
So all the colors?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So 14.43.
So you're at 1974? Did I get
Okay.
all of them?
Yeah, so let's see,
Oh, no, I
29.
missed one because this is partial.
Oh,
see?
15.
Yeah, so plus 15. So 19 plus 15.
What is that? Can you press control and then highlight the 15? Yeah. So we need to
34,
cut off
74.
34. Okay, so we know the 29, the 10, and the 11, those 3 are good to go. Those are the ones that are on Shady Willow. Then there's the parcel that I'm looking at Josh's map, the one that ends in my map, my APN on the county is different than yours. The one that's 35.69 acres,
I don't have a 35.
34.39.
39 is what I
So
have.
the one that.
So how about all the one, how about all the one, all
Oh,
the,
I'm sorry, this is subtracting that 1 acre park. So it would be 35 if it weren't for that.
no,
1 acre
there's,
park.
and maybe I have the wrong number, but there's over to on Sand Creek, the first parcel where you're coming in from Antioch. Which one is that one?
That's the 34.39.
That's 34.39. Oh, let me highlight.
Yeah, if
that.
you can see my
that,
cursor.
yeah. So that's got
Okay.
high density residential and your.
Yes.
Yeah.
getting
So we
10
need
and 15.
So we need some acres there and then some acres in the parcel right north of it. The
The north of it is HDR.
On Josh's, he has the Circle Park, and then he has multifamily to north and to south of that Circle Park. So that goes over 2 parcels. It goes over a really big one above.
Circle Park, are you talking about the odd shaped one that's below the transit village?
The gateway one, that big gateway one. Let me show you what I'm looking at. So there's we're looking at the orange part. So these tick and tie, we got those.
Okay.
This right here and this here, my understanding is it's on 2 parcels. It's on this parcel up here and this parcel up here. My question is, how many acres does Josh need north and how many acres does he need south?
And I don't know that off.
It doesn't really matter what he needs over there because we're basing everything right now on the 2018. So all we need to know is the amount of acreages for the multifamily high density residential.
Okay, so we need 30 minus the Shady Willow. So 30 minus this is what we need to put over on those 2 parcels.
No, because that's still.
So Josh said this orange section
plus those, is it?
No, Josh said the 30 needs to equal the orange part equals 30 acres. And that was
Okay,
not.
So I see what you're saying, 30 minus the sum of those.
Yeah, so 30 minus the sum of these, Alexis, is what needs to go north and south of here on these 2 parcels, because it looks
But
like
it wouldn't go on those 2 parcels. It'll go up on the upper part of the parcel next to Shady Willow, that where the big park is.
Over here?
No, down on the other side of the freeway.
You're gonna put multifamily over here somewhere?
That's what it is. That's where it is on the 2018, and that's what they're using right now is the 2018 parcels. So that's where currently they've got the multifamily as 15. Is it no, is multifamily 15 or is it 10? I don't have the sheet right now.
High density residential?
The multifamily high density
is 15.
In that one you had so that
So then you're saying down here, we got to put 15.57 acres. And you do not think it's going to be a problem to move those 15.57 acres over here when we finalize PA1?
We don't anticipate it, no. Again, because we're looking at the overall ability to meet the RENA.
Okay, so then on these right here.
Anything can happen. So, I'm not making guarantees, but anything can happen, but we don't anticipate it because communities have done this throughout, their adopting of their housing elements. It's made changes.
And why? Okay, so I listened to the 2018 meeting and it said all of this was fluid, right? They basically said that Ben said anything can be changed as long as it's within the specific plan. So why can't I put the orange over on those 2 parcels?
Through what mechanism? Through a specific plan amendment or through the housing element?
It doesn't matter to me. I mean, but why can't I list on this sheet these APNs?
So what
We've
we're
never
telling you is
submitted-
that
There is
It's not
nowhere that's
adopted yet.
documented. These APNs are not documented anywhere, anywhere. I've looked everywhere. There is not. It was a total number that the city council did. They didn't choose parcels. They didn't choose APNs. So there is no,
That's not true. We did choose parcels.
no, I looked it up.
Parcels, we chose the locations.
Direct, but then someone asked Ben, can we move this around? And he's like, yeah, that's no problem. And he said,
yeah, so council could amend, just like the process we're going through right now, council can amend any of its land use documents and make changes. That is absolutely true. These in general comport to parcel lines, but not all of them. But this is the regulating land use map over PA1 that council can change. The
Okay.
housing element needs to reflect whatever is adopted and in place when we submit the housing element. That's HCD's requirement. If council directs us to put parcels in there that are not yet changed, we will do that. But right now we're just telling you what HCD requires, and that these
so
be
here's the deal, Alexis, you're submitting this on October 12th, 2022. You know what day our
you're
meeting
going
is?
on October 11th. I
Our
know.
meeting is October 11th.
But we're spending the next 10 days responding to comments and edits and then publishing, right? So if we waited for the results, again, we will do whatever council tells us to do always, but we're just telling you what the schedule is that if we wait till the October 11th meeting and there's some resolution, there's still a first and a second reading of whatever comes out of that meeting. So that's into November. And if we just submit it based on the first reading or the first meeting, right? We're still now 2 weeks even later because we have to incorporate that into the document. I'm not sure.
But you're not late, right? I get it. You want to submit it the very first day your window opens, but you don't have to submit the first day your window is open. That's your target. And I get that. I love it that you want to make that deadline.
So this is the difference between council and staff. We will do what you tell us to do. I'm going to tell you what my concern is in terms of meeting our schedule, and we're backing up from that June date, right? So we are down to the week on our timeline, right? In terms of the 90-day review, and it would be great if HCD took less time, right? To give us more time next year to finalize it. So all I can tell you is that we're working backwards and we're very, very tight. If council wants to push that calendar out, they can certainly do that. I don't know that we have to, because I think we can make the amendments here tonight, and regardless of what happens October 11th, be set. If council's not comfortable with that, then you will direct us not to do that. And we will adjust our schedule accordingly and follow your direction. What's frustrating about this process for a lot of folks is there isn't one way to do this, right? And so there are no guarantees, nothing's assured. There's just a lot of uncertainties in this process, and I can't make you feel comfortable with what HCD will do because I don't know what they're going to do 100%. I just don't. It's up to our reviewer. It's up to a lot of things, right? So all I can tell you is what
we lost Kavita.
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out where my screen went.
Oh dear.
So I say that give them the numbers we need to reach to get based on what the planning commission had said, and let them change the multiple or the buildable versus the exact acreage. Let's move forward.
I completely support that process. I understand as much as I can try to keep up with Council Member Mendoza's lightning mathematical process.
She really is.
It's hard, very hard to follow. But
okay, so can we just take then the 15.57 on that acreage below Empire Lane? Like, let's not go over 30. Can we do that? and then hopefully we can change it after the fact. Are you okay with that? Because right now we're at total PA1 at like, 35 or so. For that designation.
Let me share my screen real quick.
Well, you said we only needed like 15 there, but we only have 15 there.
I did, yeah, all we need
Jennifer?
15.57. Because the
And
one,
we only have 15.
Here, let me.
okay,
Am I opening 816 or 9.8?
but then we got to delete all the other ones, right? We got to take that away from anywhere else that we had multifamily, very high density. So we're only left with 4 parcels that have this designation, with the bigger one being buildable is 15.57.
And we can't go to 15.57 because there's only 15. Well, that's not true, because you did reduce it to buildable acreage from the higher number. So you could go
From total.
by 7.
Okay, so which number would you like us to plug in?
So we're gonna keep the 10, the 11, and the 29, and then that one down below, the buildable acreage for multi-family high density is 15.57, right there.
Instead of the 15.
Yeah, and then anything that you have on your other spreadsheet is 0, because that's probably gonna be ECLI, those 5 acres.
So the other spreadsheet is just for our internal purposes. Those red parcels aren't being submitted, but
Okay,
only us, or well, anyone watching this meeting.
yeah.
It's
So,
for our
yeah.
internal calculation purposes.
Okay, so that's 15.57 right there.
Line 10. Okay.
Yeah, and then if you add those up, that equals to 30, right? For multifamily. Okay. Yes, okay, perfect. And then the next one, and I think we tick and tied on this one too. Everyone thought 13.3 for high density was fine. So high density.
High density, we're only at 10.
So we need to bring, so let's see, high density lives where? So that one's got to be the 10, and because you can't.
That's the only high density there is so that's part of that. And the most that we can go then is 12.42.
Yeah.
And right now you're
Unless of course
adding acreage.
Yeah, you have additional acreage between the 25 and the 12.
Yeah. Because this is going to change when we finalize our PA1.
Right, so the 10 is under. So if you increase it, if it were to change down to, 10 or 11 through the PA1 process, we've overshot it. Just FYI.
Wait, what do you mean? Can you explain that to me?
So right now, we're only doing 10 acres of the 12. If we put in the full 12, and that number is reduced a little bit, then we've overshot it. We can certainly do that, but
10.
yeah, we're just adding back in acreage that we took out.
Okay.
Just leave it at the 10 and let's see what numbers we come up right now.
So, and this is also increasing the assumption to 100.
Yes.
Okay, so with that.
Well, is everyone okay with that? Because that was last time we met, we were at 80. Planning Commission said they now want to go to 80 or 90% of 100 of high end. I was saying midpoint at 32.5. Planning Commission said 36. I don't think HCD is going to take a 36.
That was under PA1 that they were talking about that. I specifically remember them going up to 90 on the PA1.
Yeah. So
and I didn't really listen to the housing element part of it.
Well, no,
there wasn't
I'm
a
very sorry.
discussion on that.
I think they just assume one thing would flow into the other kind of thing.
So there is an HCD guideline that is an 80-20 on mixed use, 80 residential, 20 commercial. So that's what we had originally had in there. We do have policies in PA1 that ground floor needs to be commercial, right? So you can have 100% commercial site in the TVMU, but with that policy, you can't have 100% residential. So that's why we had originally had the 80, and Planning Commission, increased it as you just said. But this is now 100% of the site would be residential.
Yeah, I'm fine with that because they have different ways that you can look at it, and regional trends is one way. So I think we need to argue the regional trends on this one. Because I think we're gonna get the 40 units per acre. I can guarantee you that when we get an application, it's not gonna even be 32.5.
Understood. So we have 100 in here now, and then this is where we are now with our buffers and our total acreages.
So now we've got to reduce the acres on this one because we got to decide, do we want to do the 33.5 acres that Josh had, or the reducing by 6 that the Planning Commission asked for at 27.5 acres?
So you're saying that you want to reduce another 6 acres?
That's what Planning Commission suggested, because Josh had 33.5 acres for at 26 units per acre, and Planning Commission said no, they want the 6 acres back to ECLI.
And moved it back to.
How can we make this determination tonight when we haven't voted on it?
We would have to update.
Well, they're two different, so they're two different things. This again is not a land use document, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't control, it's solely for the purposes of housing element. So you're not endorsing or commenting on the PA1 plan at all. And we need to make sure we're keeping that dialogue clear for the public and how it's agendized. But by doing this, you're not, Yeah,
it just reduces what we report to them so that if we come out higher in our acreage, it's to our benefit. But if we go in higher and you guys do reduce it, or we do reduce it, then we're screwed out of those 6 acreage. We have to, once we rezone and remove those, we have to then put them somewhere else.
So is everyone comfortable with targeting 27.5, identifying 27.5 acres for Transit Village? I guess is the question.
Oh, we have.
And then if at our meeting we decide 33, that we can come in and adjust this.
I would be fine with staff doing the 27.5 and.
I would like to hear Alexa's very protected opinion on this change. There clearly are things that that I don't about unintended consequences on this in this process. Is the process just recommended or suggested something that is feasible to do without a lot of unintended backlash in later in the process?
Yes, I don't have a crystal ball about what HCD will or won't comment on in our housing element. I think they will comment on the 100%, and if council directs us to do that and they're fine with them pushing back, like you said, there's ways to respond to that. I think what will make us vulnerable to additional scrutiny from HCD that we might not otherwise have is if these percentages at the bottom of this table get too low, right? Or get to 0. So then that might invite the unintended consequence there would be, it might invite more scrutiny of our housing element than we would otherwise get from HCD. Okay, because they're going to zero in on this table here is what they're going to zero in on, right? And so if that 23% or 40% get down to 0, then the consequence of that might be more scrutiny than we might otherwise need to have with a buffer. So if we go to the inventory tab and put in the 27.5, I think we'll still be okay, but I want to see what that equals out to make sure we still have a buffer, because I can't do that math at the top of my head. So not having a crystal ball, I think the headline is, as long as we have enough sites and we have a buffer, we're probably as good as we're going to get with HCD, right? Most communities are rezoning and, you know, looking under rocks for units to put in their housing element. We have a buffer, and we have heard council loud and clear throughout this process. You don't want to over-report sites. You don't want to over-promise. So I think we've created a good balance in the model we brought here tonight, and I think we have the ability with these changes to keep that buffer. I would not recommend it get too low.
So in Transit Village, we only have 2446.
Right, because it's not all the sites. It doesn't include everything.
So with that, that's giving us 20. So we would have to add more to this, Jovita, to get up to that 27. So I say, let's leave it as it is.
Yeah, because we're over delivering, right? Look, if we go to table 1, I mean, the table tab.
So yeah, right now we're good without adding. We would add in 4 acres for the 27. Yeah, about 4 acres.
We're at 2347 and 228, which we actually could. Last time we were at 13% for very low and low. So we're even higher than we were before. So then the question is, do you want to delete anything, or you just want to leave it as is?
No,
just
leave
leave it.
it
Yes.
as is, because
Yep.
our numbers are kind of matching up to what the PA1 is, and that was our whole goal.
Yep.
I make
Yeah,
that we move forward with this table as it is, and allow you to do all the rest of the work.
So yeah, so Mayor, I know you asked about, you know, anything red flags. So the guidebook says 15 to 30% buffer. We are at 109 total, 23% in the low end, 47 in moderate. So we're safe on the buffer.
And that I think as long as you know what Alexis said, and my main concern has always been to be able to do what it is that we need to do. And you've stated it, all of the council members have stated it. We have got to protect our jobs and our businesses, at the same time have enough flexibility to adapt to the changes that we don't know are going to come in the next few years during the development window that we have for this whole project. So if this gets us there for tonight to move forward, so that staff can get us what we need, what we've directed them to do, and we can still move forward with that. I agree with Council Member Rary that this is something that I'm comfortable with.
And staff is comfortable with the timeline.
Correct. The timeline is really, it really is a deadline. We're dead if we don't meet the ultimate timeline. It is something that, as was described in the report earlier, we just can't afford not to hit the ultimate timeline. The repercussions from the state regarding the city would be more than felt. It would be very harmful. And so if this gets us there, I'm very happy to support it.
Who's making the motion?
I just did.
If
didn't
I
hear you.
could clarify the motion, if that's okay,
Sure.
do the stuff you need to do the thing. I just want to make sure
Well, based on, I said using the table as it was presented,
okay.
and we've already done all of this to create that table. Correct?
And you're authorizing us to make those adjustments, respond to the public comments as necessary in the next minimum 10-day period, and submit this draft to HCD.
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're all clear.
So after October 11th, we can come in and adjust the APNs?
So it wouldn't be immediately after October 11th. If we submit this, it would be second round
Okay.
after those comments.
Okay,
And again, there may be other comments we get from HCD that we need to revisit with council, right? If there's things that require policy direction, so this may be coming back to council in the second round, or if the fates shine on us, I don't know what I'm trying to say. If things go our way, then they may be administrative edits that we can make. Okay, but we would definitely come back to council about the PA1 changes, but there may be others that have to be considered by council as well.
We have a motion. I will second it. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rary,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.
Wonderful. Seeing that there are no further items on.
So moved.
I was just gonna say, motion to adjourn. I'll second.
Motion to adjourn, first and a
So
second.
Jennifer can take care of her baby.
Yes, and
Yes.
thank you so much, Jennifer. and
Thank you,
Alexis.
Jennifer and Alexis,
Yeah.
and all staff on the line. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rary,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries with Vice Mayor Rodriguez absent.